Okay, now it's live. It's live. It's live.
Is there anybody out there?
Looking around, motherfucker. What do you want?
Perfect. I don't see it yet. I don't see it yet. We're just gonna sit here in the
I don't
darkness.
either. And you gotta
Oh,
share
oh,
it
oh,
with me.
oh, shit. Okay, shit.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can't
all
see anything.
right. Oh, I share it with you guys. I thought I did. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Reviewing the reviews. Okay. Share. There we go. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Perfect. Yep.
All right. Is it live? So simple. Oh, there it is. It is playing. Okay, cool. Yay. Cool. Awesome. All right. Hey, everybody. Yay. Okay. They see it? Okay. When I dream, and when I dream, and when I dream, and when I dream. Yeah. Oh, get down. Get down with the hate. It's the hate. It's the hater
So,
show. Yeah.
so much more badass.
Yeah. Oh, it's synchronized, guys. Synchronized, guys. If you're feeling. Oh, where'd the music go? Yeah, and synchronized. Smoke if you got it. Smoke if you got it, guys. But seriously. I'm gonna go ahead and mute that. But yeah, tonight we're doing the reviews of the wall, right? Reviewing,
Reviews of the wall.
right?
Reviews, yeah.
Right, and we're actually reviewing all the reviews of the reviews of the wall, kind of, right?
And
It's
then
been, yeah,
maybe next week we'll review our review of the reviews of the review.
yes, because there aren't a lot of those, right? But the and we're also reviewing reviews of the wall tribute album too, because there's an album, but the album is the review because the review is like a musical review where he's like criticizing the review musically, right? So it's a musical review. So it's just the album without the visuals and a few more songs. So it's longer. It's a long
Yeah, the
review.
album parodies like every song on the album, and they're all awful.
Yeah, it's really long. It's painfully long and bad. Um, but yeah,
I looked
guys.
it up because I wanted to hear what his take on what is that song called? I'm just a new boy, stranger in this town. You know that one.
Oh, I don't know
It's like
what's that one.
it's like the most
Nope.
rockin' song on the wall. It's actually like a rock song.
Mm. I was just a little boy. Yeah, I know what song you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. I don't
What
know.
the
What
fuck
was that
is
song?
that song called? Hold on.
Yeah, yeah. What the fuck was it?
Young Lust. It's called Young
Mm.
Lust. They never say that a single time in the song. That's why I didn't guess that. I would have guessed that song was called Dirty Woman.
I need a dirty woman. Right, right. That's the song. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. I don't think he does that one on the in the review. Right. I don't think
he
Doug does
doesn't.
that song.
He does it on the album, I think. I
Yeah,
think.
yeah. Fuck. Probably. It's garbage. But hey, Zoe's with us tonight. And Zoe, have you seen the wall? The wall? Have you seen the wall?
I've only seen what you've shown me before, I think,
Mm.
but I haven't seen it itself.
Well, I mean, have you seen Pink Floyd's The Wall, the movie?
No,
Oh, okay.
but
Uh,
well, I you guys made me watch Doug Walker's review once, I think. So that's how I do know of it and know like certain scenes.
We should
right.
change
The,
that and actually watch the real The Wall sometime.
the
It's a good
real wall,
No,
movie.
honestly,
because with Doug Walker, if you've seen one of his bad movie reviews, like you've seen, I don't know, something I haven't seen before, like I can't think of one, but I would say, okay, sure, I don't need to see the movie now because I saw Doug Walker's review of it, right? Some shitty '80s movie about a robot or whatever. I don't need to see it. I saw Doug Walker's video about it, right?
Yeah, but when it comes to The Wall, you've been given an awful, awful
Oh, Jesus.
misrepresentation of what the movie actually is.
Album of it. I'm not even
He's
kidding.
talking.
This was
Oh my
done
God.
by like the
Wow.
music in this
Talking.
review.
He's talking. Oh, okay, okay. Wait. He's
Yeah,
talking.
synchronize, guys.
Hey, you guys like the
Wow.
music in this review? Well, believe it or not, there's an album of it. I'm not
Oh,
even
God.
kidding. This was done by Rob Scallon, who appears in the review. He has his own YouTube channel. He's just this incredible talent.
All right, Rob Scallion. That's the guy we have to blame for the music. This is the guy who collaborated with Doug and gave him the music, right? The actual music, and that's the guy that the one guy we'll be watching actually gives a little applause to. Like you did a decent job there. You did all right. Is the one person that gets any credit
No, he
for this?
didn't.
A little credit for being like, you know what? Okay, you record, you did the music. He didn't do anything bad. The music, it seems to be mostly it's a little thin, and a little underproduced, but the music is fine. The music's not bad,
That's
right?
all it is, though. He just played what Pink Floyd already played and stripped away a couple layers of it.
Yes, yes,
This guy
yes.
doesn't deserve any fucking credit for anything.
Okay, all right. He's the one guy who comes out kind of okay.
That's
Kind
like
of
saying Corey Taylor deserves some
okay.
credit because, well, I mean, at least he played the SpongeBob theme on tempo.
Yeah, he did. He did. Yeah, no, he just sits there. He just fucking sits there. He literally, somebody had to tell me after the video, was like, that guy's famous. He's in Slipknot. I was like, what? He's just sitting there. The guy with the hat who just sits there?
He's there because his dorky ass kid wanted to do it because his kid is the actual fan of Nostalgia Critic.
How
The
did the
whole vid-
son, how
the
did the
whole video
son
though, it's
of the
hard to
guy
tell
from
if the kid,
Slipknot, it's such a
huh?
sad state of things. Such a sad state of things that the son of the guy from Slipknot is a Nostalgia Critic fan. What? He's not into like death metal or no? Nope. Damn
Someone on the Folding Ideas comment section said, if you really look at him, it's really, really hard to tell the whole video if he's actually happy to be there or horribly embarrassed.
Son or the dad?
The son.
Yes.
Yeah, the son is. I know he's a fan of the Nostalgia Critic, but does he really want to be there? That's the question, right? Does he want to be there? You know, I don't
I'm
know.
sure he
I don't
did at first.
And then he meets him, and he's like, "Oh man, oh man."
Oh, this guy's an oblivious idiot. Wow. Fuck.
Wow. What the hell's going on? Why? Why? It's funny though. But yeah, this is Rob Scalley. This guy did the music. Okay.
And I
Fuck
really
you,
think he
Rob.
outdid himself with this because this is just such a love letter to Pink Floyd's music and The Wall. And you can download the album.
Yeah. Okay. All right. This. I'm playing the bit of the stuff I did before. All right. We're gonna jump into the first video that I believe is the first video that talks about this. Okay. Oh no, we're watching something else. Oh, okay. All right. It's a doggy. Want some food? Ah, what's that? Chicken wings. Okay.
This is really choppy for me.
It's playing choppy for you.
Insanely choppy.
And the audio's not coming through here anyway. You wanna play it on your side? See how I played it with it.
Yeah, sure. Just send me the playlist. Because we're getting like a frame every 3 seconds.
Yeah, it's like watching a slideshow.
Hold on. There we go.
It's not loading for me. I'll be right back. There we go.
Dickity dee.
Diggity dee, guys. Dickity. Chicken. Er, Those aren't wingless and boneless. Is he gonna eat them with the bones? Eh. Yeah. Eh. Eh.
Oh, he pushes it out of the bone.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
smart.
yeah.
I'd say it's amazing the dog held still, but the dog's probably like, I'll hold still. Chicken wings, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the greatest day of my life.
There we go.
That was great. Oh. Yeah. Back this up just a frame. There's all right. So you see, we got a guy here
there's a guy with a helmet, and then the next guy. Try and pause it right as he comes in there. All right, he's gonna pop in right here, or you actually slow it down. You can catch it. The second guy, he's wearing a
Oh,
mask. Right, he's got this guy wearing a helmet, and the next guy, not
that?
yeah, no, the next guy, he'll show up in a second. Right there. Okay, you seen that face before?
No.
Yeah, I
All right,
have. I don't know what it's from though.
he's I hate everything. Okay, so real quick, look up I hate everything YouTube, right? On YouTube. He's got a channel himself. He's just one of 3 guys on this podcast. So I hate everything should bring it up, I think. I hate everything. There he is. There's his face. And he's got
The stakes
3 million. 3?
2.
No, 2 million. Okay. Pretty good. That's pretty good. Actually, that is more than the Nostalgia Critic has right now. Nostalgia Critic has about 1.8, I believe. So this guy's
Does he
got
even
more.
have that many?
Let's see Nostalgia Critic. Let's see how many how many. Yeah, he's got
Oh yeah, 1.38.
1.38. 1.38 million? Oh.
He's struggling to bring in the views though.
Oh no.
Nostalgia Critic.
Oof.
Oh my God, 156,000 on his latest Nostalgia Critic. That's such a drop off compared to where he used to be.
He puts out too much content too. He puts out way too many videos. Oh, Deadpool versus Wolverine. I don't care what he thinks about Deadpool versus Wolverine. I so don't care. Oh, I loved it.
The thumb the thumbnail for Charlotte's Web is kind of funny.
He's going to eat her. Yeah, okay. Eat him, her, him. It's him. Right. Oh,
Yeah.
it's a male pig.
Is Dumb
Oh,
and Dumber actually smart or just dumb? It's dumb. There's nothing smart about that movie. Can you think of anything about that movie that is like, oh, that was a smart joke?
No.
I got
Okay.
nothing.
Jesus, I don't even know what to say about him at this stage. Oh, he's reviewing the new Despicable Me 4. Well, of course he is. I mean, of course, his audience cares about whether or not Despicable Me 4 is any good.
Wait a minute. All the Superman movie. Oh, it's just.
Oh, repackaging old videos. He
I
can
guess
do
that
that.
means he.
Yeah.
I guess that means he must have reviewed the. Because the only one I was aware he reviewed was 4.
Yeah. No, he must
I
have
guess
done
I
all.
should
He
watch
must
it.
have done them all.
I guess I should watch his Superman 3 review at some point and see how much I disagree with him there.
Yeah.
Unless he's a man of taste and understands that Superman 3 is a fine film.
I doubt he does. I seriously doubt. He's, oh,
A
he reviews
delightful
Dragonheart.
Brainiac movie that wasn't called a Brainiac movie, but it still is a Brainiac movie.
Galaxy Quest. Oh, he's talking about Galaxy Quest. And Godzilla. And
Ooh, I bet
Bill
that's
Cosby.
bad.
Okay.
Top 11. Okay, that might be worth watching. Top 11 poorly aged Bill Cosby commercials. That probably is funny.
Yeah. Well, because you know, and I know that commercials is a great source of comedy. It just is. Commercials are
Yeah,
great.
he has a couple episodes, or probably several episodes at this point about commercials from back in the day, and they actually are pretty funny videos.
But so this guy, he has quite a few. He has more subscribers by himself, and there's 3 guys, and these are 3 different guys, and they're all. Well, this is the first major reviewer to be talking about. They don't show the date when these were published anymore. But
September 21st, 2019. You have to hover
okay,
over where it says full.
okay. So
But he also had almost as many views as the
wow.
Nostalgia Critic, The Wall, and Folding Ideas has almost 3 times the views now.
That's
So
amazing.
people would rather watch Folding Reviews make fun of The Wall than actually watch Doug Walker's The Wall.
They're smart.
It's hilarious.
They are smart. They know not to do that. Now, but these guys were the first. Okay, the first big YouTubers to actually look at it and see it because, well, let's just play the video. They'll get the context. Got these guys. There's 4 of them.
Hey,
but there's only 3. Why? There's only
what's
3.
up, guys?
Uh huh.
Oh, I've seen this one. Yeah.
We're here with a video. We're talking about the nostalgia, the critic video.
Nostalgia Critic decided it'd be a fantastic idea to do a parody of Pink Floyd's.
Is it a parody or is it a review? I thought it was a review. I thought it's about. It's a review. Look,
It's a review.
a couple months ago we did this guy, and you know what? We were nice. We were nice. We were nice to him. You know what? In retrospect, we were too nice. We were too nice. After seeing what we've seen today,
No, no fucking exaggeration. At the time of us recording this video right now, the review we're about to talk about came out yesterday, and I texted
Okay. All right. Pause right
Jim
there.
while he was at work.
Pause right there because
Little
that's so it just came out yesterday. So literally, these guys were right on it. They had just been talking about the Nostalgia Critic and some other review where they were making fun of him, how his video was all. In particular,
Basically,
yeah,
they're the ones
was-
that kicked off the trend of like, this is
Yes.
so bad. It's actually
Yes.
content unto itself just to talk about it.
yes, exactly. It was fresh in their mind. They had just made a video about it, and then this video came out, and it struck a chord with these guys in particular because they're English, and of course everybody loves the Pink Floyd in England. It's kind of a rule, like.
Unless they're actual members of Pink Floyd, and then their opinions vary.
But so they saw it and they were on it like the very next day, right? These guys are the epicenter, the beginning, first guys to hit it.
I did not know that. I did actually always wonder who the fuck the first person to figure out that. Yeah, you can milk this video for views just by talking about how bad it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's
these 3
really,
guys.
really bad.
Yeah.
We got Shabisky in the chat. We got Stabby.
Hey.
We got
Hey, what's up,
Oh,
guys?
they're Australian. We were wrong.
They're Australian. See,
Well,
these
I
guys
don't know. The Australian, English, same goddamn thing.
Yeah, they're both
One has
listening to the
kangaroo,
wall. All
the
right,
other has
okay.
kidney pie.
Yeah, they're all watching the same, absorbing the same English-speaking media. That's what they do, right? They're watching our movies too, but maybe a little less because our accent sounds stupid to
Shabisky's
them.
on shrooms.
Oh, whoa!
Oh, nice.
Shabisky, if
Better
you're on
run there.
shrooms, get the fuck in here. We need to do we need Shabisky on shrooms up for this episode.
Watching the wall.
That'd be amazing.
Because it's gonna be bad.
Do you think Malcolm here had some reservations about portraying a Nazi?
Not a single one.
I finally remembered his black manservant's name. Malcolm.
Here. Keep playing here real quick.
He looks pretty comfortable to me.
He loves it. He'll do
And I was
anything.
like, no joke, no exaggeration. I'm not being facetious. I'm not trying to be a dick. This is the worst movie review I have ever seen on YouTube. The worst.
the thing is,
Yeah.
like I
All
said,
right, pause right there.
we were nice to him.
They jumped on this so quick. They're still wearing their robes and stuff.
Yeah, yeah. They
And
just
we
set up
need
the
to do
shit.
this now, just now. Get our weird cancer friend over here that doesn't have hair or eyebrows. We need to do this now.
Yeah, and the middle guy is a
That's
guy
let
who's unfamiliar with Pink Floyd or The Wall. He's just not familiar with either one. They brought him in just for
I mean, yeah,
just
plenty of people haven't seen it. I saw it because my uncle was a super big fan of Pink Floyd and made me a super big fan of Pink Floyd. I can't even say I'm a super huge fan of Pink Floyd because I really only like the Roger Waters era. I think there's a
okay.
couple songs from the Gilmore era that I like, and I don't like anything. I don't like anything from the Sid Barrett era.
Yeah, oh.
I acknowledge that it's unique and that they're doing something really, really different than everybody
You
else at the
you could
time.
call yourself a Pink Floyd
But
fan because that is what Pink Floyd is, the Roger Waters. You know, because there's not a lot of people playing the shit from the later or the earlier stuff. This is a playing the
I'm
Sid Barrett.
pretty sure there's like at least two songs from the Gilmore era that I like. I'm
Uh,
pretty sure. But I
sure,
don't
sure.
know. I like Gilmore's voice more than Waters, though.
Mhm.
Waters has kind of a nasal, kind of whiny voice. Gilmore has like a more pleasing singer voice.
And I'm not saying you
But
have to like the Wall. I'm not saying you have to like the Wall, and that Doug Walker's wrong for not liking the Wall. I'm saying his video about the Wall sucks. I'm
yeah, I'm
saying,
not saying you
yeah.
have to like the wall either. I'm saying Doug Walker didn't watch the wall. And he one of two things happened, and these are the only two possibilities. He either did not watch the wall and had somebody hand him cliff notes about what's in the movie, or he did watch the wall and he didn't understand anything. Not even
No.
a little bit. Like it didn't occur to him
Oh,
in the
this
slightest bit that Roger Waters was singing about his actual father in the song When the Tigers
uh,
Broke Free, and how his life was just wasted to defend a fucking bridge.
um uh, I don't really watch Doug Walker videos, so I'm not really too familiar with him. Does things typically go over his head during his reviews or no?
Sometimes yes, but not to this extreme. I mean, he didn't understand a single thing in the entire movie. He didn't understand the themes of the movie. He didn't understand the message of any of the songs. He didn't understand the point in any of the scenes. He didn't understand he didn't understand why someone who went to school in the fucking post World War II era in England might carry some fucking trauma from that, where they would like beat you.
right.
Right.
I know he didn't get the connection to the World War II stuff because in the video he's even like, that's not supposed to
Is
be
World
any
War
kind of connect. You know, he's not.
Oh,
He's like
Roger
that.
Waters, did you ever wonder why these images of slaughter ever made it in a movie about high school bites? He doesn't understand like what the visuals of those monsters are supposed to represent in that fucking
No, when
video,
he's and he says,
even though it's not subtle at all.
when he says straight up, he's like, these visuals are like, looks kind of like World War II, like Holocaust images, and he's like, that's not what it's supposed to be, and like it says it like that. That's
And
not what
that's
it's
totally
supposed to
what it
look
is.
like.
That's yes, that's 100% what it is. How fucking
It
yeah,
is
they beat the
Holocaust
Nazis, but
images.
a whole lot of Nazism still survived in the fucking Thatcher administration.
Well, yeah, and he doesn't get that the World War II impacted him. His dad died in World War II, but he's like, well, Roger Waters didn't know World War II, so why did the Holocaust imagery? It still had an impact. I don't understand.
I don't know how old Roger Waters is, but clearly he was born before the war started because his father was killed in the war.
Right,
But
right, right.
He's
Right.
probably old enough to have some vague memories of the Blitzkrieg, which is
Right.
what Goodbye Blue Sky is about.
His lyrics in this song about the wall, he changes, like school, we don't need no education to be about pandering to kids who don't like going to school. Like school sucks. Like he compares it to school's out for summer, right?
Yeah,
Kind of
if
thing.
anybody pandered with that song, it was Corn. And I like Corn's version. Oh,
Yeah.
this is still on topic, but minor tangent. I can't remember where I was, but I think I was riding to the hospital or something for some
Yeah.
testing, and they played Another Brick in the Wall Part One on the
Oh.
radio, and I'm like, what the fuck? Nobody wants to hear Another Brick in the Wall Part One, just Part One. Nobody anywhere to Part Two.
Halfway through part two. It's basically part three.
Because there is a Part Three.
It
Part
might
three
as well.
happens at the very end of either side A of the album or disc one of the album, depending on what you got.
All right. Okay. So these guys talk a little bit more about it. Well, let's hear a little bit more about these guys. But they
Nostalgia Critic video.
You were.
Yeah.
He went and made it.
Weird that they have four sculptures of their friends sitting on the table there.
that is a little weird.
Personal, man.
He saw what we said and he picked out the weak link being me. And
He made it
he
personal.
targeted my thing. All right?
Where to even begin?
He fucked us. He fucked me.
Not just you,
Oh, he
Jim. We
does
all
have
sat through
eyebrows.
this. We sat through this 40-minute abomination. This abortion of a video. I cannot believe it fucking exists. I'm so furious. Like reel it back. Give some context here, Jim. Set the scene.
Like James said, Nostalgia Critic did a video on Pink Floyd's The Wall, the theatrical release, the movie.
Everyone knows The Wall. We don't need no education, comfortably numb, like all of that shit.
Yeah.
Everyone knows it's from that. It's a
And-
famous rock opera album. Everyone knows it. It's excellent.
And how did Nostalgia Critic review the movie? He made a fucking parody album.
Okay. In the Floyd, When the Wall Broke Free, Corey, song after this one is really good. We need more of So Long, Weird Song, The Forgotten Song, Comfortably Dumb, In the Floyd again, Waiting for the Point. That's, I bet that sucks. Bring the Runtime Down, the Deeper. Oh, so no, he didn't cover the entire album. There's a lot of songs missing.
Wow. What's the
wait,
runtime on this?
Waiting for the Point is in there at 42 minutes. But that's Waiting for the Worms is probably my favorite song on the Wall because it's such a fucking harsh song.
Yeah.
Because he's like become a full-on Nazi at that point, and it has that line, waiting for the queens and the coons and the reds and the Jews to turn on the showers and fire the ovens.
What the fuck?
It makes sense in context, trust me.
You're totally right. Totally. It's a lot more sense in context.
Oh, and it ends with the SpongeBob song. I see just the edge
my
of that
God.
at the very bottom there.
Wow. SpongeBob.
He went the full fucking your favorite Martian route.
Oh, and as Folding Ideas likes to say, the companion album that he sold for money. I love how
Yes.
Folding Ideas emphasizes that he sold it for money. You can't
Actual
buy it
money.
anymore, though. It was taken down either by Scallon or Scallion, or it hardly matters, or maybe they got a cease and desist from Gilmore and Waters. Maybe that was the one time in the last, I don't know, 40 years those two have agreed on something like, yes, fuck this guy.
Shut it down. We have to shut it down. Right.
Did all the instrumental and did all of the lyrics.
Well, he got someone to do the instrumental, and he sang all
He
the
sang.
lyrics himself.
He wrote lyrics.
He wrote specific lyrics. It's a parody album.
Dear God.
But here's the thing, right? The nostalgia.
Oh, Armsy has a good theory. Maybe Doug only watched a trailer for The Wall.
I think he only sees things as trailers.
Critic is it's in his name. He's supposed to be a critic, right?
He's a
What does
critic.
a critic do? They critique.
A critique.
Where's the critique in this goddamn video?
Stop your instant confusion. I'm that nameless foe.
Yeah, this is an example of him being extremely tone deaf, where he says like this sequence of the movie is so vague that you can just that's why he has person you hate with an outline around his face, because you can just insert anyone you want right here. But the guy is screaming shit like, are there any queers in the audience? Get him up against the wall. That one looks Jewish. There's a coon who let all this riffraff into the room.
Right.
Like, it's not vague at all. It's really, really, really obvious what he's portraying in this scene. And interesting little bit of trivia I happen to know, the Nazi guard guys that are in that scene were actual neo Nazis.
Wow.
Oh, wonderful.
They went
Right.
and found actual neo Nazis. Like, you want to be in a movie, not really telling them, yeah, this movie is shitting all over you people. But neo Nazis, being the tone deaf dipshits that they are, have adopted the double hammer symbolism. You know what I'm talking about, Teddy?
Yeah. That was in the movie.
Yeah.
There's two
Yeah.
hammers crossed to make them look
Sometime
like.
we'll watch the movie, Zoe, and you'll get it. But there's a symbol in it that's like a replacement for the swastika that's like two hammers, because hammers can be used as an oppressive image, that are crossed together. He parodies it a little bit by turning a hammers into a hashtag, because this song here is actually about how people are mean to him on Twitter, and everybody wants to be oppressed.
Yes, and he.
Why does he shave his eyebrows?
Yeah.
He shaves his head and his eyebrows, but not his face.
Yeah, he wants a little goatee. God damn it, this guy.
It's a reveal.
Yeah, that's the goddamn thing.
Oh, wait. I'm stupid. He shaved his eyebrows because the guy in the movie does it. So he at least knew that.
He goes throughout the whole thing. He does this so much as well, but he goes throughout the
We
whole
complained about it in our other video.
Yeah, but he goes throughout the whole thing, right? And he just reenacts the whole fucking movie, and then at the end he goes, "Yeah, it was pretty good though."
Okay, I liked it fine.
Yeah, me too.
A little full of itself, but good music and imagination.
Fair enough.
So now what?
That's his summary.
Wow.
No joke. He just recreates the movie. He goes scene by scene, just about, with his worst production,
God.
just about, with his.
You can tell Corey Taylor's son is a dorky edgelord because of that shirt.
The H.P. Lovecraft shirt, yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't wear that. I don't want to wear something that's got H.P. Lovecraft's face on it. Not the least of which because he looks just like Mark Zuckerberg. and the Oklahoma City bomber. That goes to everybody watching. Look up H.P. Lovecraft's face, and then a picture of Mark Zuckerberg, and then a picture of the Oklahoma City bomber, Timothy McVeigh, and tell me they don't look like three generations from the same family or clones of each other. It's fucking bizarre.
Good.
Worse production, worse animation,
Worse
worse
acting.
jokes, worse acting, worse singing. Everything's worse. And you're just sat like, dude, I just want to know what you think about the movie. Like, why are you doing this to me? Why are you putting us through this torture right now?
You know, when we watched the Mad Max one, which is
Yeah.
already a close thing.
This is. I hate this video because
Yeah.
no, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome is the best one, which is just fucking wrong.
Right.
And in the end, his summary of it is, oh, I get why everybody likes it. It's because
Yes.
it's like a Roadrunner cartoon.
Yes. That's. Oh God. It's the ending.
What?
Yes.
Fury Road, not Furiosa, Fury Road.
Right. He compares to
How is it
Roadrunner.
like a Roadrunner car?
Because
Because
it's in
there
the
are
desert.
things chasing each other in the desert. That's the
They're-
beginning
they're
and
in
the
the-
end of it. That's as
It's-
far
they're-
as he got.
They're in the desert, and there's little dialogue. There's less dialogue, right?
Which that is true. There is very little dialogue in Fury Road, but I feel
That's
like
his.
there's not
Those
that
are his
much
compare.
dialogue in. There's not that much dialogue in the Road Warrior either, is there? There's never much dialogue from the character of Max.
Not since the first one. The first one is the outlier as far as even it being like post-apocalyptic. Mad Max is weird.
Yeah, the first one is almost, well, I mean, they're all almost not in the same continuity as each other, but the first one
Right.
is a really, really different kind of movie than the other ones.
Right.
I do love the villain in the first one though. I love how like over the top and silly he is. He reminds me of broken Matt Hardy. It's actually the same guy who plays Immortan Joe in Furiosa and Fury Road. They got him back,
Oh yeah.
but I like Immortan
Right.
Joe
Yeah.
more. Immortan's great
Yeah,
villain.
Yeah. They got
To my heart, Mad Max. We all know this.
There was something almost quaint about that one, though.
Yeah.
Me or everyone else? Yes, I am the one who runs from both the fanboys and the haters.
Because the point at the end was like, yeah, it is really good.
Yeah,
You know? So I was like, okay, yeah, fine.
But here, the frustrating thing is that his commentary is so whack in the songs. Like the
Yeah.
actual parody lyrics, when you can actually understand them, because half
When
the
you can,
time they're just
You can't.
It's just
understand.
inaudible muffle. Really.
exactly, yeah. You
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
tell what
yeah.
he's saying. 'Cause
Can't
there's no
understand what he's saying.
subtitles, and it just sounds like nonsense. And you hear
There's
Right.
subtitles, isn't there?
No. There's
I
no
swear
subtitles.
there's subtitles
No.
in that.
We went back and looked at what the hell that fucking weird furry creature was saying, right? And we couldn't figure out what they were
Oh,
saying.
right. I had to slow it all the way down so I could
We're
hear
still
every
thinking the
letter she was saying.
constantly.
The
What was it?
lyric lazy, constantly at it being lazy, which is a paradoxical lyric. How can you
Constantly being
constantly be at being lazy? That still doesn't make sense to me.
I
the
can't.
odd, like, sort of smarmy lyric here. And yeah.
Oh, this is lame and bad.
Oscar bait song.
Oscar bait
But yeah,
song.
what is the point?
Oscars. The Oscars.
Like that is
Yeah, Oscar bait song, a song that is not eligible for an Oscar and never would have been.
The-
Fucking
the
bitch,
Oscar bait song.
that is the ultimate
Because it's sad.
question I have. He spent months making this video. It's 40
Yeah.
minutes long.
God
40
damn.
minutes.
It's not a quick watch. You have to
No.
invest a bit of
Yeah,
time.
it was horrible.
But
It was.
it's 40 minutes long, but the ultimate point was the ultimate summary was
What?
5 seconds.
All right.
Yeah, it was okay. It was creative, whatever. Like that was the summary.
And he always fucking does this. I don't know if we said this in our original video.
We
but
did.
He always fucking does that. He spends 30 minutes talking about a movie. Ooh, the fucking Iron Man isn't very consistent in this scene. And then at the end, he's like, yeah, Iron Man 2, really creative, really fun, but if only it had more impressive CGI.
Like his review of Chris. which is
Yeah. No, I don't even.
master of
I
production.
don't even know where to start with his review. I guess we should
how about
go.
this? Let's talk about the original movie, right? Jim and I,
Okay,
we're
okay,
huge
all right,
fans of the
Pause
Wall.
it.
Jim even more
Wait,
so than
let-
me.
Let's
We've
just
even
jump to the
seen.
next video. These guys go on for
All right.
quite a bit about, but we get the idea. They were the first, but they weren't the last. The next guy.
So this epic video
Okay, all
just
right.
came
Pause
out.
right here.
Oh, this guy. I remember taking a screenshot of this guy watching it where he just looks like he's been completely defeated.
Yeah, he's Ralph the Movie Maker. Now, this isn't his main channel. This is his podcast channel. But if we look up Ralph the Movie Maker, let's look him up real quick. He's got more subscribers than the Nostalgia Critic now, right? Because this is Ralph the Movie Maker podcast channel, right? The podcast channel is not the main channel. There he is. How many subscribers has he got?
China Salesman is a 27.
613,000 subscribers, so it's not more than Doug.
Yeah, but
He's
click.
getting about the same level of views, though.
Yeah, but look at his most popular. When he was popular, those videos got views. Look at that, 5 million.
Yeah.
3 million for shitting
Damn.
on the Suicide Squad. Almost 3 million for shitting on the Justice League. But what happened? Well, he had a bad take on Joker. He didn't like Joker, so he made a video shitting on Joker. And he has since deleted that video, but other people have re-uploaded it, and it's kind of haunted him now. Like, you didn't like Joker. And you're like, yeah, well, I didn't like Joker. Okay, what? Fine. But yeah. Now you can find his video about Joker, but not on his channel, right? Yeah.
That's funny. His career gets screwed because he didn't like a movie other people liked. Petty.
Yep, exactly.
The cringier people on YouTube were the ones who liked Joker too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that kind of does go
one of
with
those-
the. No, go ahead.
It's one of those movies that's got a character you're not supposed to consider a hero, but a lot of people did. A lot of incels.
Well, I think you're supposed to see him as relatable to the modern day life and struggles of people, you know?
Yes.
Yes, but he's not a hero. You shouldn't
Right,
aspire
right.
to be like Arthur Fleck.
But he
Yeah, I
understands.
agree with that.
He understands now this that a popular opinion is if you don't like a movie everybody else likes, it's going to affect you, which is happening here, right? I don't know if he knew that at the time. Like when did Joker come out? What was it?
I want to say 2019.
Is that before this video? Is it came out?
Probably 2019. Let me check.
29, or was happening right
2019.
about that time?
Exact.
Because it's late in the year.
October 4th. Oh, this was right before Joker.
So
came out, like
right.
days.
So he has not yet felt he was riding high still. He was riding high on this DC hate train. So he was pretty sure, since his top videos have been like hating this and hating that his fans wouldn't mind him hating another DC property, good or bad, right?
Mm-hmm. I have heard criticism of the Joker movie that I thought was just absolutely stupid. Like people saying, his social worker telling him the system doesn't give a fuck about. No social worker would do that, or psychologist, or psychiatrist, whatever she was. And me being someone who's got mental health issues, they will say that if they're as frustrated as you are.
Yeah.
Like when funding gets cut and shit, which is exactly what happens in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
Might not be professional of them to do that, but sometimes they just want to fucking vent while you're venting too.
Yeah, yeah, and it's not that it's 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 an interesting piece of art, regardless of whether you like the DC movies in general. It's not like all those other DC movies, you know. You
Oh
know,
yeah, it
Oh,
doesn't fit into them at all.
right. It definitely stands as its own thing.
him hating on Aquaman or hating on Aquaman 2 wouldn't make or break his career, but he should have known that there was something special going on with Joker. He should have known.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're, this is right before it. It's funny, like a month before his review of Joker. Actually, now it does the same thing to him that is happening to Doug Walker.
The
Hating on
opening frame of this video is a Jared level stupid face. He's much more handsome than Jared, though. He's got a good chin.
I still like Ralph the movie maker, but it has shaken him. He is off balance now. Even his content is not quite as good as it used to be. Right?
It didn't break Jenny Nicholson. She didn't like the Joker either.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to stand by your opinion.
She also didn't like Rogue One. She did catch some flack for that.
Yeah, yeah, but I think that's fine. You don't have to like that. But her liking Last Jedi is what hurt her probably the most. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
but then
you
she
like
really hated.
Last Jedi?
But then she really hated Rise of Skywalker.
How can you not? How can you not? Jesus. Oh my God.
So this epic video just came out. It's one for the ages apparently. So this is the Nostalgia Critics review of Pink Floyd's The Wall. So this will be Ralph the Movie Maker's review of the Nostalgia Critics review of Pink Floyd's The Wall. This is nothing special. I'm not gonna.
If nothing has changed, if I were to give this guy any advice, it'd be put some posters up or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Background is very bland background.
Oh yeah.
He already looks defeated.
Yeah.
Like he looks like when you look up pictures of people who have like shell shock. He looks like someone with shell shock.
Yeah.
Do any crazy editing for this. I'm currently working on another video that is also on another just god awful piece of garbage, but that's for later. Oh my doggy. Okay, so let's watch Pink Floyd's The Nostalgia Critics The Wall. This is just a critique.
He hasn't seen it yet. He hasn't
man
seen
of
it yet.
taste with those sunglasses.
So he hasn't seen it yet. He just heard it was bad, and so he's going to record his reaction to it, knowing
of the Nostalgia Critics content. I don't hate Mr. Doug Walker. No. I don't hate anyone. It's just okay. Maybe I hate a few people, but it's just a stupid video. It's like they tried to remake the entire album of Pink Floyd's The Wall in like a month, and they have no production value. Do they understand that the appeal of Pink Floyd's The Wall,
a week or
the movie, which we talked about on Sardonicast recently, actually, is that it has like a lot of production value, and there's really interesting musical numbers and sets, and like the animations are really amazing. It's like a really long music video. It's a really interesting movie. But again, this isn't a review of Pink Floyd's The Wall. This is a review of the Nostalgia Critics review of Pink Floyd's The Wall.
This episode brought to you by Honey.
It's like it looks like an office. It's just like
okay. All right. So he's actually watching it here. He's doing a reaction.
So pretentious. Like this is like his masterpiece.
And there you go. There's Corey Taylor's whole contribution to the video, just sitting there, probably actually stoned. He's probably like, hey, dude, I just ate like an eighth of mushrooms. You need to know that right now. And they're like, it's fine. Just sit there and trip.
Nostalgia Critic presents. You can tell like a lot went into this. This is like supposed to be a big like publicity thing for the channel. Currently sits at 242,000 views, which I think even for Nostalgia Critic is pretty low. But I don't know. I don't know what he usually gets. Some
Not
of these have a
anymore.
lot of views. They have like
Eh,
a 2 or 3
Wait,
million.
what?
Oh, all right. Well, I mean,
Oh, there was the date of the actual.
these have a lot of
review.
views. They have like a 2 or 3 million.
September 18th,
And how many
2019.
views does he says the channel itself? He said it had more views than videos. Or,
Oh, all right. Well, I mean, maybe this is good.
Wow.
Maybe this isn't. Again, you don't do it for the views. You do it for the love, like me.
Right.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it, so you don't have to. Pink Floyd The Wall. Your way, Paul. When all the critics.
It's so poorly made. I see what he's trying to do. It's like a satire of the movie, and it's supposed to be pretentious because it's a pretentious movie, I guess, even though it really isn't. Like, it's just different. It's a different kind of movie. It's unique, yeah, but you're just gonna like make this abstract, weird review of it.
Alright. And the massive.
See, the horror is starting to actually settle in right there.
Yeah.
He's just staring with his mouth a little open, like, oh, is it all gonna be like this?
Gave thanks as the movie track fallen.
Also, I'm not promising to watch this entire thing. I'm gonna say that right now. It's 40 minutes long. To make like a 40-minute long thing with an album, it's insane, and it's so stupid to try to pull this off with no resources because it comes out really cheap and bad. Like, is anyone actually entertained watching this? This is fucking crazy. But then there's really bad stock footage like that. What the fuck is this? This is so bad. This is so bad. Why? Who starts a video like this? We're 3 minutes in. Nothing has happened so far. This is so bad.
Oh, seeing the images of the character Pink reminded me he also obviously doesn't grasp at all that a sizable chunk of the album and the movie is basically about how Sid Barrett just mentally broke down and never recovered.
Right.
Because that thing just a second ago where he's sitting there with the cigarette that's burned all the way down to the filter and the ash is just hanging there. Sid Barrett would do that. Like, he'd sit
Or
down and
rolls.
light a cigarette
Or those.
and then he'd just stop moving completely for a long time, just zoned out because he was fucking fried on LSD. And I think schizophrenic. So, like, that just made it worse.
It's like a low quality JPEG. It's like it's it's so bad.
Wow. No. No. Oh God.
Oh my god. Fucking secondhand embarrassment. What was that? He was like looking at some kind of alien thing. What? Oh wow, iPhones. Is this gonna be some commentary on like how iPhones are like the new wrench, the new tool? It's so fucking corny. Give me a break. Fucking ad, perfect, just in time.
Yes. Looking through my
Oh
desk.
my god.
Pink Floyd.
The boy fancies himself a musician.
Welcome to high school, where all the teachers.
Yeah, there he's feeling defeated completely.
Oh, he
At
hasn't even
this
gotten
point,
into
he
it.
can't believe he can't believe what he's seeing, and he doesn't even realize that this isn't as bad as it gets.
The we don't need more victimization bit is early.
No, it's we need more victimization.
We need more. But it's
Yeah.
what we don't need is like the lyric.
This is pandering as hell.
Stupid.
Teachers are monsters. I know it looks like they want to teach you something, but they don't. They just want to eat you up. Just like
I'm just scared. Like, you know what keeps me up at night? I have nightmares about that I'm gonna become this. That I'm gonna like be making something this bad. You need to make a review of The Wall in which you clearly articulate what you feel about the movie and
That's-
why you like it.
Wow. Okay.
With
yeah,
examples.
Yeah. Back that up. That's
Just-
a great little
just
moment. He
talk.
has nightmares that he's going to become that. Right. He's going to make something that bad. That's a great moment.
I'm just scared. Like, you know what keeps me up at night? I have nightmares
Yep.
about that I'm gonna become this. That I'm gonna like be making something this bad.
It's like when I see Ruby Jules talking, and I'm like, man, I hope I never deteriorate this much.
But but he did unfortunately make something that bad. It was the Joker review. Right? He made something that was that far off from where everybody else was. Right? It's the Joker review.
But I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
It's not that the video is that bad. He just shows clips of Joker and he's like, I don't like this part, and I don't like that. Right? You know what I'm
That's
saying?
a more structured review though than what this is. This is not a review. It's what Folding Ideas said. This is not Doug Walker's review of The Wall. This is Doug Walker's version of The Wall.
It's real fucked up. I don't know.
And yes,
it's real
I'm going to continue quoting Folding Ideas probably for this whole video. So while we're on that note, fundamentally incurious person.
Yeah.
You need to make a review of The Wall in which you clearly articulate what you feel about the movie and why you like it. With examples.
Or don't like it in this case.
Just talk. Like, people just want to hear you communicate.
Okay.
your
Let's
point.
let's just go past this guy.
This
Skip
is-
guy. We got the idea. He just watches the whole thing and sits there.
Well, we're
And he's
reviewing
not-
these reviews, but we got to
Well,
give them
yeah, right.
ratings, right? So
Okay.
that first one, you know,
Right.
let's do the Roger Ebert system of 5 stars.
5 stars. All right. I will give this
So-
review about 3 stars. And I will get honestly. He's
Yeah,
got the
sounds
visual.
about right. I'll give him 3.5 for that great line about I am scared I will become him one day.
That's good. Yeah. So, what do you think, Zoe? How many stars?
He's decently funny. He's getting to the point. It's probably a bit longer of a video than it actually needs to be.
Yeah.
It's only 16 minutes.
Right, but I mean, you can trash a movie in under 16 minutes, or not even a movie, a review. I'm sorry. In under 16 minutes, especially since the review itself that he's reviewing is only like what 45 minutes.
46,
yeah,
I
like
think, but yeah.
close enough. So yeah, 3 stars is fine. It's fine. It's entertaining.
Okay, well that gives you a like, buddy boy.
You have a like. All right. This is Anthony.
Are you ready?
Fantano.
Ready, Freddy?
Okay.
Anthony Fantano.
We don't need this lame ass album. Just seems like you're trying to troll. Hope you wrote big checks to Scallon. Critic, leave the wall alone. Hey, critic, leave the wall alone. All in all, it's just not very funny at all. All in all, it's just not very funny at all.
This is our review.
We don't need this awful album.
Doug's high school picture.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. He's like the kid that gets voted to be most likely the serial killer. What the fuck?
What a
Yes.
tragic hairline for a fucking high schooler.
Wearing a fedora. in
Yeah.
his high school picture. What? A fedora.
His
in a high
hairline
school
is
picture.
higher. I am gonna be 37 years old soon, and my hairline isn't that high yet.
Wondering if you have a soul. Hope you made it rain on Scallon. Critic, leave the wall alone. Hey, critic, leave the wall alone. All in all, it's just not very funny at all. All in all, it's just not good. It's not good. What is this? Why does this exist? A parody album of Pink Floyd.
That is the exact same opening line as Folding Ideas. When he starts the Doug Walker section of the video after explaining what the wall is, he says, "What is this? Why does this exist?" But this guy isn't reviewing the review, he's reviewing the album.
Right. No, he's not
It's
reviewing.
the Wall.
Yeah.
That is essentially a critique of the movie, but also the music, I guess just the Wall franchise in general. And not that you have to like the Wall. You don't. You don't have to like the Wall. You really, truly don't. And I guess one upside to this project is that it gives me insight to what the Wall sounds like to people who hate the Wall. Not that I worry about or run into a whole lot of people who hate the Wall, but I guess this is how bad it sounds to someone who doesn't like it, and it certainly sounds bad. This sounds bad. This is terrible. The singing is shit. The only listenable quality about it is the fact that the man, Mr. Rob Scallon, did a pretty faithful reinterpretation, really just a redo of the original instrumentation of the album. It's a little thin, sounds a little cheap, sounds like it wasn't produced very lovingly, maybe more quickly, but it's just a really shitty satirical parody album. So I don't expect sort of high gloss production coming out of this thing. But why? I mean, the critiques are just so not all that substantive. Maybe in a usual review, they would have come out better. But these are the kind of critiques that I feel like you would write up if you just hated this record, you hated this movie for some inexplicable reason. Like, I don't know, there was a kid in school
with a Dark Side of the Moon shirt who used to beat you up for your lunch money, or The Wall was playing on TV when your dad left to go get cigarettes for that one last time and you never saw him again. I feel like just saying certain points of this film are pandering and this and that and the other thing are just really, really weak observations of what The Wall is, what Pink Floyd were trying to do, the context that it was written in. It's just really super weak and boring. And again, I'll say lame as fuck. And I hope I never hear not even a second of sound from this ever again, because it really truly does suck ass. And yeah, it doesn't sound good, not funny, not witty, not profound in its observations, just really petty, if you could be such a thing, in a review of a record by a band that is decades and decades and decades old. Even before Doug's time, because Doug can't be that much older than me. And while I do enjoy The Wall, I didn't grow up with The Wall. It's something that I sought out as I was going through the tomes of rock music. You know, there was never really a point in my life where I was conflicted in things. This is really, truly one of the worst things. And I just need to move on to something else in order to just live a better life. Because if I dive too deeply into how terrible this is and everything that makes this bad, I'm gonna have a panic attack. I'm gonna have a fucking panic attack right here on camera. And I don't want to have that. I would like to maintain a somewhat sane demeanor in front of you guys. So this, whatever you call it, it's not good.
All right.
Yeah, that was a very good
That
review.
gets a solid 4. He had the funny musical intro. I liked his other self in the corner. That I'm thinking he's trying to do a parody of the Mexican guy on Jimmy Kimmel. What's his name?
Oh, I don't know. But that's probably a reoccurring character, like Hat Dan with a hat.
Yeah, the Dan with a hat. Yeah, long running character, Hat Dan.
Dan with a hat. Like long running character, Dan with the hat. Sweet Jesus.
Okay, wait. What's it like in fast motion? It sounds like a weak round of applause if you play it fast.
You know, are you finally ready to talk?
I think so. But where do I even start? For weeks, months, maybe even years, I was haunted by him. He appeared in my dreams at first, but it leaked into reality. You ever hear of sleep paralysis? Yeah. Imagine you're paralyzed in your bed, and the nostalgia critic is standing over you. There's nothing you can do. You're powerless.
No.
Every day, I feared sleep. So I did everything to not sleep. Nothing, and I mean nothing, scared me more than sleep. This kind of fear is something I can't tell you about. It's something you just have to know. I stayed up for days. It was painful, but anything, and I mean anything, was better than sleep. However, you hear how lack of sleep can cause hallucinations?
I have.
Who do you think I saw?
The critic.
There was no escaping him. Everywhere I turned, Doug was there to haunt me. So I went back to sleep. The most painful 15 hours of sleep I'd ever slept. I knew I had to do something. Radical measures had to be taken. I was left with a single choice. Live my life in fear, or be a man and face up to it. I chose the latter. There was this new experimental procedure that was said to guarantee me peace. Evidently, critic hauntings are more common than you would think. The procedure was simple, yet painful. They chained me to the floor, put a VR headset on me, and forced me to watch Nostalgia Critics The Wall on repeat for 24 hours.
And how was that?
It changed me. After that, there is only one more step.
And what is that?
To fully process everything and get it out of my system, I had to make a video on Nostalgia Critics The Wall. This is that video. Where do I even start with a review of this? How do I review a review? Is his video even a review? In this series, I review YouTuber movies, not film reviews. But Walker's version of The Wall is, in my opinion, a parody, not a review. He calls it a review to justify its existence, but in reality, it's a self-indulgent testimony to his ego, placing Nostalgia Critics The Wall in the same category as The Room, Birdemic, and Fateful Findings. The star of the show is undoubtedly Doug Walker, playing as his character called The Critic. But just how separated is The Critic from Doug? Is he truly a fictional character, an alter ego, or is he a simulacrum for Doug, representing Doug in both thoughts and appearance, while also not being Doug, a buffer for criticism? Nevertheless, Doug Walker places himself front and center for his rock opera parody piece, pushing Slipknot frontman Corey Taylor to the side as a man who just watches TV and has barely any lines in the whole 40-minute runtime. Why would Doug bring on an actual rock star, yet make himself the star of the show? Why would Doug sing all the songs when he's got a professional singer working with him? Better yet, why did Corey Taylor agree to this? Walker must have some godlike alpha energy if he could force Taylor into submission. But maybe his music isn't half bad. Does his music stand up to the original album? I asked some other YouTubers a simple question. Does Doug Walker's The Wall's music hold up to the original? Here are their responses. A-Star said no. Toad McKinley said, Doug Walker's The Wall's music demonstrates a level of mastery, the likes of which I have never seen. It took me from reverence to exuberance to tears and back again, all within a tightly produced and incredibly skillful video production. Easy Peasy said, I watched it and I'm not sure what to say. It's a parody of a movie I don't like, centered around a band whose music I don't like, made by a guy whose content I don't like. Still, this manages to be one of the worst things Doug has ever produced. The bad, formulaic acting and unfunny jokes are not improved by being forced into a musical format by people who can't really sing. There is literally one verse in the entire video that's pleasant to listen to, when that chick voicing that thing that looks like a VisiPop character reject manages to briefly mask the awfulness of having to listen to a worse version of already bad music, by being the one person in the whole video who can actually sing well. In conclusion, the video manages to feel twice as long as the movie it's criticizing while also being 1/3 the length. Looks like mixed reviews, but most good art is polarizing, so maybe the polarization indicates that Doug's rendition of the classic soundtrack transcends the source material. Perhaps 200 years from now, people will remember Doug Walker's The Wall and totally forget about Pink Floyd's inferior version. I play his music on
If that happens, we deserve to go extinct.
my video. Heck, I'd play the entire album on my video so that we could just all vibe together. But I've got a feeling that that would result in a copyright strike, and as much as I like vibing to a bit of Doug, I prefer keeping my channel. But moving on from the value of the music, let's talk about the filmmaking behind all of this. Doug Walker, much like Robert Bresson, is a minimalist. Walker prefers the sterile, mundane offices of Channel Awesome to any kind of sets or artificial constructions. The only set dressing in Corey Taylor's rooms are 2 lamps. Comparing that to the set in the original version of The Wall, you can see how there's not just a difference in production value, but in mood. Really, what Walker is doing is transposing The Wall into the 21st century. We live in a society of offices and cubicles. Walker's production calls out the modern-day corporatocracy that oppresses all of us. It's amazing how his set design turns a movie review into a protest piece. Now, there are moments when the film brings us out of the offices and into strange new worlds, mostly through the use of green screen. It's very apparent that it's green screen. It doesn't try to hide that.
So far, I don't like this. I can tell he's being facetious, but I don't like this so far.
Yeah.
But I
it's
see
not
this as a
good
way
the
for
other
the
one.
critic to break the fourth wall.
I just want to see if he ever breaks this kayfabe.
what I would describe
Let me skip ahead.
of us can do is bask in his
Ah.
glory. And speaking of
Oh my
criticism,
God.
one of the criticisms I see of this video is that Walker's criticisms are nitpicky, or he just completely misses the point of the film. They call him hypocritical for calling The Wall overlong with its 95-minute runtime, when Walker made To Boldly Flee, a film that is 3.5 hours long. He also calls the messages in The Wall pandering and makes fun of the bad grammar of the line, "We don't need no education." He rails against the Alan Parker directed original, even labeling some of the songs, which released 3 years before the movie, as Oscar bait. Not to mention, he points out that slow songs equals boring, and boring made Corey Taylor go bleep with his review.
I liked it fine.
Yeah, me too.
A little full of itself, but good music and imagination.
Fair enough.
But doesn't that clash with the entirety of the video? No. Here's why. The contradiction is a high IQ move on Doug's part. He's leaving the review up to
Doug predicted the COVID arena.
Visionary. Yeah, he's a visionary.
Scary resemblance to the WWE. What did they call it? The Thunderdome? Did they do that on Ellen? I don't like Ellen, so I never watched it.
the viewer. Too often, we listen to what YouTubers or journalists say without thinking on our own. Doug is challenging the viewer to be an independent thinker. The point of the review is this. What did you think?
Yeah, that was a 1 star. Fuck that. You get a dislike. Boom.
Of The Wall. It's a scary
Do people even do these anymore? Does anybody just sit down in front of a camera and make a response video?
I immediately don't like this guy. For an hour.
He looks like a You ever watch the movie Kick-Ass? He looks like a rejected villain from that movie.
Yeah. The diddler.
Because I don't believe I've seen that in a long time. Usually when people respond to a video, they'll do it over stream, but I don't have an audience, so I'm not going to stream. I would just be talking to nobody. So instead, I'm going to bring back the old-fashioned video response because there's this guy who's on my nerves right now. His name is Drew P. Weird name. He made this video called Doug Walker's The Review Must Go On Sucks 2. I like how he added the 2 in there at the end because this isn't the first time somebody's claimed that something by Doug Walker sucks. And in fact, this video is only one installment in a very long series of a bunch of popular YouTubers all bandwagoning on the Doug Walker hate train. It seems like nobody can get enough of hating Doug Walker these days. Quentin Reviews, I Hate Everything, Anthony Fantano, Quentin Reviews, Ralph the Movie Maker.
I see some of these are To Boldly Flee. To Boldly Flee does suck. It sucks the big one.
Lindsay Ellis, Quentin Reviews, Folding Ideas, Quentin Reviews. Doug Walker sucks. Doug Walker's the worst filmmaker of all time. Doug Walker's a horrible, terrible person. Nostalgia Critic was never any good.
I mean, he did leave somebody up on a mock cross so long that they passed out and started suffocating, meaning they actually got crucified. So I'd say he's a horrible human being for actually crucifying somebody.
Wait, did he mean to do that though?
I don't think so, but that just shows how much of a fucking dipshit he is if he didn't.
Well, come on, who hasn't accidentally crucified another person at least once in their life, right?
Yeah, that's easy to say, Jew, but I haven't.
And we do
Don't
it
you
again.
tell me that Nostalgia Critic was never any good, because that is what we call a lie. And I am no defender of the modern Nostalgia Critic videos. I think they are terrible. I don't know what he thinks he's doing with them, but it's not working. For me, at least. Remember back in 2012, he did that show Demo Reel that everyone hated? Well, it's basically like he brought the Nostalgia Critic back, but then he just inserted Demo Reel into the Nostalgia Critic and made it worse. And he no longer does the character anymore. Like, there is a canonical explanation for why the Nostalgia Critic character is a different person now, and that actually has to do with the subject of this video. But I still think it's weird that, you know, he brings back this character everyone liked, but he strips away all the personality from this character so that he's no longer angry, he's no longer funny, he's no longer constantly making fun of the movies that he criticizes. Instead, it's like he cares way too much about the filmmaker. It ruins the whole thing. But this guy, Droopy the dog here, has 665 subscribers, so basically nothing. And his video, though, has 67,681 views. So that, I would say, is a runaway success. And it just so happens that some successes are good successes and other successes are bad successes. And this is one of the bad successes, because this video is terrible. But you're only going to believe me when I show you the proof. Oh, and if you don't know anything about the Nostalgia Critic, this video might not make any sense. I don't know. I'm probably going to explain some of the background.
That
Critic critiques
instead of mentioning that at 3 minutes in.
This guy is so bad. He's this is terrible. Like, I have nothing against the Nostalgia Critic. I don't hate him as much as you two do. Like, I don't care about him. I don't watch his stuff. I don't care. Like, but this like weird trying to suck his cock. Like, is he begging for attention? Does he want to be on the that channel or something? I don't get it. Like, it's shit. Admit it's shit, and not only just admit it's shit, but obviously other people's reviews aren't always gonna be that great themselves. Who cares? Who the fuck cares?
The only thing I care about right now is the fact that this guy looks just like the dumb Kryptonian who can't speak in Superman 2.
Oh yeah.
He looks just fucking like that guy.
Posted on this very website, mostly lambasting him for his quality of content, and rightly so. A lot of the focus seems to be on his movie To Boldly Flee, which I can safely say is one of the worst movies I have ever seen.
No argument there. To Boldly Flee is one of the worst movies of all time. Although I think if I were to argue a little bit with this, To Boldly Flee, it doesn't exactly qualify as a movie. At least that's not how I ever saw it. I mean, when it came...
How?
What?
How the fuck does it not qualify? It's a 3.5 hour long feature that's got a story that lasts from beginning to end. Just because it's not high budget doesn't mean it's not a movie. It's got a script, it's got sets, it's got characters. It's a fucking movie.
Well, if he's
yeah,
that's his only qualifier for it not being the worst movie of all time. So it's not really a movie.
Came out, it was not released as a full-length feature film. It was released as a series of installments. You were only meant to watch 15 to 25 minutes of it at a time every day. So it's more like a limited run series than a movie. Although
I'm fairly sure the chunks of the movie were a lot longer than that, but I could be wrong.
It doesn't really change anything, because if you watch a show, you're pretty much going to watch a bunch of it all at once, because that's how things are done these days. And so if you watch To Boldly Flee all at once, you're pretty much watching it like it's a movie. And as a movie, it's terrible. Even just in 20-minute bursts, it's terrible. But If you're watching it like its entire 3.5 hour runtime all at once, it's one of the worst experiences you can ever have. I pity the people.
And I still have to force you to watch To Boldly Flee one night.
No.
What is that? I don't know
No.
what that is.
No.
The last actual movie that Doug made. I'll stand by Kick-Assia. Kick-Assia is actually pretty funny in
I think the
several parts.
suburban night thing is not terrible. It's the sequence where they all introduce themselves. I hear you say is pretty funny.
That is a funny sequence. That got a big laugh out of me when you had us rewatch that.
Yeah.
Like a really big laugh out of me. But To Boldly Flee is just bad. And the way it's done and the way it ends left everybody, including the people on the site, asking, like, wait, so is this over? Is that guy with the glasses, is Channel Awesome just over? And the people in the company were like, are we fired?
Yeah.
Do we have a job anymore? And it also has the problem of
Unfortunately,
coming.
yes.
Well, not anymore. A lot of them just fucking took off. But it also has the unfortunate mess of coming right off of Spoonie's original giant hostile meltdown, and he is heavily focused on in the movie.
Yeah.
And the bizarre choice of Mati is a big character in it, but
Oh my
that
God!
guy wasn't
What the hell?
around anymore, so it's
You
just
know.
somebody doing Mati's voice, so it
Yeah,
comes off as
okay.
kind of
So
racist.
let me just explain real quick. The plot of it is that Doug Walker's house is now a spaceship. Okay. So everybody's running around the house, and then we'll get some exterior shots of like the ship in or the house in space, but then the rest of they're just running around the fucking house, right? It's the house is a spaceship.
Right.
Yeah, that's the level we're at.
I mean, you work with what you fucking got. Fucking Monty
Come
Python
on.
and the Holy Grail.
Well, at
No,
least they
Holy
went
Grail. Every
outside.
single
They
castle
went to
scene
the
you
nearby
see
park, but
is
they
the
went
same castle.
outside. You know, and the plot is that they're
Yes,
like,
but they went.
they're
They were in a
like,
park for the whole
right.
movie. For
But the plot was that they're
that,
like
there's
LARPing.
a.
They're LARPing,
Sorry,
and they were all wearing wacky costumes, and it was reasonably funny. Here, I don't know what the fuck's going on. They're all just in Doug's house, in rooms, with walls.
With an awkward rape scene.
Yeah, at least they went outside.
I mean, it's not really a rape scene. Let me clarify. It's not a rape scene. It's just the dialogue, the character that comes across what's happening over here's is meant to sound like a rape scene. But what's actually happening is she's being like attacked by Mecha Kara and assimilated into I think she turns into 7 of 9, doesn't she?
I don't know. She's turned into a board basically.
Yeah, and then the gag is that like nobody notices that Nostalgia Chick and Linkara are both cyborgs.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It doesn't sound very good, yeah.
No,
I'm just saying I'm not going to criticize it for just being in his house because lots of fucking movie makers have done a lot with very little. Fucking, like I said a second ago, Monty Python, every single castle scene in the Holy Grail is the same castle from different angles. They just worked with what they had.
Well, that's better.
Right, or look at the Blair Witch Project. You know?
Right. For all we know, well, actually, we know for an absolute certainty that they weren't
at
in
least
the same
those
area
guys
of the
went
woods.
outside, right? They didn't
Yeah.
go outside.
Well, there's that movie. There's that movie Skinamarink that it's really divisive, but it got talked about a whole lot, and that's all shot in one house.
And I mean,
I
his
haven't
house is a
seen it yet.
spaceship,
I need
but it
to.
doesn't amount to anything because they never go anywhere. It's like, where do they go?
They
just
go
float
to
around in
they
space.
go to the plot hole.
which is a big floating light in space.
Yeah. I don't remember what the plot hole is doing. I don't remember what it's supposed to do. I just know that it ends with this really stupid thing where he goes into the plot hole and we see Doug Walker talk to the nostalgia critic.
Who've sat through the entirety of To Boldly Flee. I've never done it.
Doug
I
Walker
think
is the
I saw the first episode and I hated it and I didn't watch any of the rest. But
You know what? Fuck this guy. I'm at least gonna skip ahead. Hold on. Let me skip to like.
Oh no, he's looking at. Oh god, or he's forget it. Yeah. Let's just go ahead and skip. He gets into.
Wait, does he ever talk about the wall?
Oh my god,
He's unwatchable.
There's the wall.
Oh,
There's some.
oh,
There's some
there's the wall.
Some footage of the wall. Okay. Oh, but there he
there's
is
that
talking to
scene.
himself though in the scene at the end of the Boldly Flee, where the really amazing scene where he talks to himself. I don't. What's with the makeup anyway? Is he supposed to be a mask, like he's a supervillain or something, like the Riddler? Oh God,
I don't fucking know.
Okay, all right, let's forget it. Forget
Oh,
it.
there we go. Christ, 48 minutes in.
Surprisingly, most controversially, and eye-openingly, at least the quality of his videos of all, Doug Walker released his review of The Wall. Received widespread criticism from the YouTube community, personalities, and consumers alike.
this was another terrible video. This is like his magnum opus of terrible nostalgia critic videos. This review was so famously bad that people who didn't even watch.
Okay, you know what? I was gonna give this guy a half a star, but I am choosing to give him 0 stars because the name of this video is defending Doug Walker because no one else will, and he has not done that. He has only talked about how everything Doug Walker makes is shit. And now that we've finally gotten onto the subject of the wall, which is, I assume, the whole reason this video was made, he's also saying that it is terrible and, in fact, the worst thing he's ever made. So fuck this guy.
Magnum opus.
Dislike. Next
Magnum opus.
video.
What kind of musician? He'll probably tell us. He's got a guitar. I see a guitar over there, and he has the wall. No, he has the Dark Side of the Moon. And
He has
Wish
the
You Were
wall
There,
and Dark Side of the Moon and metal.
That one is from the Barrett era, I believe. Or
No, I think that's the album Metal, the one that has echoes on it.
Okay. All right.
Hey everybody, JT Curtis here, and I'm actually doing something that I have never done before. I'm doing a reaction video of the Nostalgia Critic reviewing The Wall. Since this is something that everybody on the internet is talking about, and since this is Pink Floyd, I figured I might as well do a reaction. As you can see, I am a huge Pink Floyd fan. I mean, Dark Side of the Moon, easily one of my top 5 albums of all time. Wish You Were Here, Metal. I don't have The Wall on vinyl, but I do have it on CD. I'll let you in on a little secret.
Well, I know Metal because I really like the song Echoes, even though it's 26 minutes long.
The man knows
It's also
his Pink
the
Floyd.
other. It's also the other song that syncs up to a movie. Everybody always talks about how Dark Side syncs up to Wizard of Oz. I think that's semi-true, but the song Echoes perfectly matches up with the ending of 2001: A Space Odyssey, like beat for beat.
Wow. Yeah.
Big of a Pink Floyd fan I am, The Wall is not actually one of my favorite albums of theirs. I still like it a lot, but it doesn't hit me the same way that Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here, Metal, even The Division Bell does. The Division Bell, I'll probably get some negative comments about that.
Yeah,
The
you
Wall
will.
is still a towering achievement in terms of rock and roll. The stage show that Pink Floyd did at the time, and of course, the movie. The movie I probably got some more problems with, so I probably will share some of them with Doug. And while we're at it, I should say that the Nostalgia Critic was actually a big influence of mine in just doing my own videos. I know there's a lot of controversy surrounding the Channel Awesome thing and all these other things. I'm not going to get into any of that, but I understand. I just really want to focus on the video. And with that being said, let's just get right into it.
All right. And he once
Okay, so
again
they're
is
pretty
just
much just
literally watching.
starting it off just like the movie does.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Wow, that gag didn't even get a facial twitch from him. Did you see that?
Yeah, not a bit.
I was
No way.
expecting him to smirk or say that's stupid or maybe even laugh, but nothing, not one muscle on his face moved.
I don't think we're gonna get much out of this guy. If anything, we're gonna get some sadness. Right? Ah, there was a
That's pretty
smirk.
That's pretty clever. Getting like the opening.
Yeah.
How do they have the
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic guy. Remember it's
God, it begins with him doing the
Pink
review.
Floyd The Wall, or is it Pink Floyd's The Wall? I never know where to put the S there. Is an abstract musical that musician Roger Waters described as a separation between a rock star and his audience. But it's so much more than that, I think. When it came out in 1982, it got mixed reviews and did only okay at the box office. Many saw it as too pretentious and full of itself, saying it's way... It was just before dusk, one dark weekend evening, well on your way home.
Now that is
When all the critics told you Pink Floyd's wall was shut, when you thought...
I guess that's supposed to be Corey Taylor's son. Corey Taylor from Slipknot.
And the masses gave thanks as the movie tanked to the bargain bin for $3.93.
I have never seen Pink Floyd's The Wall in the bargain bin. If it was, I would buy it.
Yeah.
I like that they have the burnt down cigarette all the way down to the knuckle. Which, interesting enough, actually came from when somebody in Pink Floyd first met
Somebody
Sid
in Pink
Barrett.
Floyd. Yeah, so we don't know who. Some guy. One of them guys in the Pink Floyd.
I don't think it was somebody meeting Sid Barrett. I think it was another member of the band who was living with him at the time and was noticing, like, man, something's wrong with Sid, man.
He's trying to get into it.
They don't have that little organ thing that Rick Wright does in the original song. There's like this little cool organ thing that he's doing that I've always loved.
I didn't know what he was talking about till he started playing it, and yeah, he's right, that is missing. So he's a multi-talented musician, keyboard and guitar at least.
Yeah. He's multi-talented.
Having been somebody who's really dissected Pink Floyd songs, 10 years ago, I was actually going to do the entire Dark Side of the Moon album. In fact, my video for Time is still up. I shouldn't be too nitpicky on, oh, they're not doing the organ thing here. You know, that's not exactly what David Gilmour's playing on guitar. That's not the bass line. You know, if I keep going on that, it's going to be a losing battle. It is still actually a pretty good recreation of it. I'm just being really nitpicky. I'll try not to be.
Oh, that is the point, though. Oh my God. No. All right. You know.
It actually kind of sounds a little like Bob Geldof. That's pretty good.
Okay. No. He's just watching it. I can't take it.
I don't think he sounds like Bob Geldof at all, but okay.
I'm going to give this guy a 2.5 stars. Right, because he's going to be way too nice to this guy. He's being way too nice.
I'll say I'll say 2 because it's kind of boring.
Yeah, I don't want to watch this guy. Just watch the thing.
Yeah, around there. I'd say 2.5. I like that he's actually a musician. He knows what he's talking about in that regard. He's actually watching it as he's reviewing it, which is interesting. That's a good aspect of it.
Let's hear what his final summary
Is-
is at the end.
Weird non sequiturs that don't make sense, which may be the fault of a certain person who said them. We acknowledge that they are weird. We still stick to the meat of what it is that we're talking about. I mean, I just sort of feel like, what was the point of the ending there? But I will give him this, though. Here's my actual opinion of the ending of The Wall. It's actually, to me, The Wall is one of the weakest endings of any Pink Floyd album. And I think even Roger said he never really came up with an ending for it, which kind of is part of it. I mean, even at the end, after Outside the Wall, you hear that this is where we came in, or you hear this is where, and if you listen back to the very beginning of the album, we came in. So the idea is that the wall is a never-ending cycle, and that, you know, appear in someone else's wall. So I appreciate that. I just, I feel like musically it does leave a little something to be desired, and this review really left something to be desired. My review of The Wall will be this. The music creates an incredible backdrop and concept for some of these striking images, especially by Gerald Scarfe, to be presented, but above all, it is a very long, very sometimes a little too esoteric.
It's an hour and a half.
It's a little just disconnected in places, and part of that is because I think originally they were going to use concert footage of Pink Floyd from their live shows, but the footage...
Okay, but you're talking about the movie The Wall. What did you think of the review, dude?
And for the most part, they do a good job. They miss a couple of little textures here and there. I almost wish I had been brought on as a consultant, but some of the effects, what is it? Fenna's effects at the end were really, really well done, masterfully done.
Oh, I don't agree with that at all.
Get out of here, this guy. All right, I'm knocking it down to 2 stars. 2 stars for this review. Right.
I'll keep it at 2 stars because at least it's a full-on review, but I don't think I would sit down and just watch this.
No, he's
No, never. That's how I feel right now.
So brought to you by Honey, the easiest way to save money when you're shopping online.
Bust out the booze.
Hard liquor. Oh, or is it 40?
It was like 2011 last time I saw one of these.
When it came out in
I don't
1992,
want
it got
to do
mixed
this.
reviews and did only okay at the box office. Many saw it as too pretentious and full of itself, saying it's just before dusk.
Wait, are we doing this again where it's not even okay, it's only 9 minutes. It can't possibly be.
I didn't think I was going to feel pain so fast.
He's already feeling pain. You say he's closing his eyes to get away.
Fuck me. It just sounds wrong. I know it's a re-recording. But fuck me if that doesn't... It sounds like a karaoke track. Oh, fuck.
Oh, he's hating it. He's hating it. This guy's very much disliked.
How did Doug trick everybody into being in this? It's like 45-year-old people made this, right? Like a team. Like a team of people.
Yeah.
This is really bad. Oh, it's pretty easy from the context of the movie and the narrative. It's a really linear narrative. It's so.
Sad song about being cheated on.
So you're going from World War II, one of the worst things to ever happen,
To bitching about your girlfriend cheating on you? It doesn't matter how I'm paid, as long as I'm torturously paid. That's pretty douchey, man.
Yeah, pretty douchey.
Hey, someone
His
says
dad died. His dad died in the war. He could be affected by multiple things. It's fine. It's fine. And did he watch it? But did he watch it? Did he? No. It's such an easy watch. It's not that hard to watch. I don't know, Corey Taylor made like good music. That tie in to a larger piece, and that's okay. People will spend an hour listening to an album. That's normal. Look, it's Mario. Stop. Oh, it's fuck you. Watch this. I was like, oh, it won't be that bad. No, it's bad. I can't believe I used to like Nostalgia Critic, like as a kid, because you're like, well, fuck it. Cinemassacre hasn't put out anything in a week or two. I'll check out. Doug updates regularly. Dude, what the fuck? Oh, God. Okay, so he's writing a whole album about how he thinks the album's boring. So why do it? Sorry. I'm allergic to this. I hope this was the 7th take. It's like, I didn't throw my arms up whimsically enough. Look at him, he's reaching for laughs. He gets paid to do this?
I like how this trash also has a sponsor. That's great.
Oh yeah,
Honey. Honey is what is honey?
Box at checkout. I really think he outdid himself with this because this is.
I wouldn't want my product associated with this at all. Fuck that. No.
I think Honey was still relatively new at the time.
Better shit. Rob, baby. I love that. I love when you do shit with Jared. What the fuck is this?
With Jared, oh no.
Which one of your kids does he have locked in a basement? There's an actual album. It's just my fucking farts. Dude, this is gone. He shouldn't have one single friend. Doug Walker, if you're listening, I hope you die cold and alone.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
I said shit like that when I watched this. I like this guy. This guy gets a 4.
Yeah.
I also like this because I can hear somebody laughing in the background. So this feels like this was almost a dare. Like,
Yeah.
dude, I dare you to sit down and watch Nostalgia Critics The Wall from beginning to end.
Or you lost a bet. Right.
Or he lost a bet. Like the other guy is the one that we hear laughing is the person who was on the other side of the bet.
You covered it for a rapist? Don't do that, bud.
Wait, what?
Doug Walker, if you're listening, I hope you die cold and alone. Remember when you covered it for a rapist? Don't do that, bud.
You didn't cover up for a rapist. That's not what happened.
No? Okay. That's
At least
how
I
the
don't
story
think
gets translated now.
I don't think Giuario was accused of rape. He was accused of, I guess, grooming, but the girl was like 19, 20. Granted, he was a lot older, but I mean, really, are we really going to call that grooming?
Well, that's how the story gets passed around. That's how he hears it. So imagine how.
That is how this. Yeah, that story did turn into a huge game of telephone. Because I remember at first I was hearing like he was hooking up with an underage girl, and then I looked into it deeper. It's like no, she was like 19 or 20. It's like oh, he's still a piece of shit though, and I can't think of anything more selfish and cold hearted than fucking shooting yourself while your wife's on the other side of the bathroom door trying to get you to stop.
Right.
They just cut it. It was just a shot of the jacket. Like, isn't it up against the wall?
Yeah.
Like he's not getting it. I bet he
He's not getting
skimmed.
it.
I bet he went to chapter select and went, I get it. I understand what's going on. What a clown. What a fucking ass clown. Stop. Stop. Everyone should be banned for making content.
Okay, right there. That oh, that little chunk of the logo that he made is the logo from the wall that now white supremacists have adopted as yeah, that makes us look
Yeah.
badass. It's like it's a symbol that was created to mock you.
Well, he multiplied it.
lazy.
Yeah, and he multiplied it into a hashtag.
Yeah, he turned it into a pound sign.
It's ridiculous.
Everyone should be banned for making content for at least a year just to think about what they've done.
Yeah. He's even got he had a
so
flag
people that
made.
use the internet
He
are
had a flag
babies.
made of
Doug,
that.
isn't that your whole paycheck, dude?
Yeah, what was that joke right there? Is it that Doug doesn't like sun, or that
No,
Nazis don't like
Nazis
sun,
don't like sun.
or
Yeah, Nazis don't like sun. Right? Yeah, Nazis are basement dwelling. Yeah.
I bet the way he justifies this is this version. I bet he knew people weren't gonna like the review, and he's like, "Well, if they put something in that says that social media is bad and attacking someone is a bad thing, then I'll just flip the script." Is that not what he's doing right now? He's referring.
yeah, but they were attacking him for shit like having an overly complicated movie shoot. Like the sets weren't overly complicated where they were filming, but the casts were enormous, and he didn't consider shit like food and water. He didn't have any catering, which even fucking low budget college movies usually have some kind of food catering, or the before mentioned accidental crucifixion of a person, or not paying the people on the website. Oh, you'll be paid in exposure.
Right.
To hashtag change the channel.
Yeah, because you covered up for a rapist, buddy. Don't do that.
How old is this? 4 years ago.
Yep, right about when it came out.
What cunt. You can't put a cover your own ass song in there. Dumbass. Corey! You fucking idiot! It's an hour, was it hour 29? Hour 35? That's a normal movie. That's a TV movie. The Timmy Jimmy Power Hour is like roughly the same amount of time. Channel Chasers is like right fucking there. I didn't think it was gonna feel this much. Look at him. He knows 12 people.
He knows 12 people.
Next play button. We fucking get it. Is this some lore? Some channel awesome lore am I getting?
No, this is a separate channel.
How confused were you when this part happened, Teddy? Because when I watched this, I was completely lost. I thought the same thing he just said. Like, is there like a new aspect to Nostalgia Critic I don't understand? Like, I'm unaware of. Like, what is this?
I
fucking
figured
thing
it
I'm
was.
looking at.
I figured it was characters from something else I didn't know. Right. I just figured it was some other characters from something else I didn't know. I mean, rightly so. They're from somebody else's YouTube channel, but
It's
they
called
are
Satellite City, I think.
right, and there's a lot of lore connected to it, even though they don't really have that many videos. He doesn't have as many
And they're
videos
really
as he would.
short too.
Yeah, it's very weird, but there's a lot of lore. There's a whole, yeah, I feel like that's got to be somebody from something. And then the other characters that showed up, I didn't realize had as much backstory as they do because they look pretty much like the one guy shows up and he looks like they took Jack Skellington and then gave him
him
extra.
hair.
Yeah, gave him extra arms, gave him a big goofy hat. A lot of them look like they took a character and added a bunch of stuff to him, right? Because I know
Yeah, because there's one in
CGI
there that looks like a Final Fantasy. It looks like a combination of a Final Fantasy enemy and the character Red 13 from Final Fantasy, just black.
Yeah,
And
there's a
some people complimented this guy's animations, but his animations all look like they're using pre-baked stuff that he maybe modified a little bit. And
no. There's
his
heavy
idea of
modification on these guys. The dragon thing looks like he's done a bunch of stuff to it. But you can find a dragon, you can find that asset on the what I
yeah,
mean?
but some of it's really lazy. Like anytime you see hair moving, he's just doing like an underwater effect with their hair, so they end up looking like Javier Bardem in Pirates 5.
Yeah, everything's furry too. Everything's furry. It's weird,
Yes.
and everybody has something going on with one eye and the other eye
Over designed.
over designed. Yes, there's a character that has like several different types of horns. Like he couldn't decide on one set of horns. He's got like several. Like the ones are curled, the ones go up, and the ones going sideways. The characters
And
are
all
over
of the
designed.
female ones are horny.
Yeah, and this character's female or something too, but it's like a cat thing with a hat.
Yes, but it has
And it's like
the wide hips and the slender frame, and it's clearly a fetish bait thing.
well, it's got like
They
the
all
diamonds. I think it's kind of like a cat harlequin thing going on. Got kind of a harlequin. voice.
yeah, something like
That's what
that.
it
Yeah.
seems like.
Yeah.
I can't even understand what that fucking slutty rabbit's trying to say. Why is it trying to
Slutty
fuck me?
rabbit.
Call it a slutty
So it's a
rabbit.
different channel? It's just a part?
Right. He's got it. It's
Fuck
got
him.
some other channel. Exactly. Somebody else's channel. And this fucking thing, which
Bunch
there
of
it looks like.
random hair horns.
Right. It's
This,
just
this
Jessica
looks like it's
Rabbit, but
a
then like
modified.
an alien
Yes,
head on it with horns. And yeah, the hair
he
is
took
moving like it's in zero
he took
gravity or
someone else's
something.
model of Jessica Rabbit and changed it.
Yeah. It's just
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jessica Rabbit with horns and an alien head of some kind. And a
Can't
tail.
understand one
You
word.
can't understand what they're saying at all. And what is that? What is that?
Isn't this just nonsense of characters we don't understand or know?
Right. Oh, with that thing. Whatever the
I
hell
always
that is.
forget about this one. Yeah, this one also looks like fetish bait. This looks like something Chisu would jack off to.
It's again
Because
it's
it's
a
got the
cat person.
inflated gut. Yes.
And then, fucking elk will be on the bone. Somebody wrote that. And it spent months animating it.
What's going on?
Great bit.
Okay. What?
They thought they were so fucking funny when they did this. No.
No.
It's a charity shout out. Is he ever
That reminded me of Shabisky. No.
No.
done one for like Rain? Rape victims? Anything at all? Anything
No.
like that?
I don't know. I don't watch his stuff, so. But
Don't
All right.
You should donate
Alright.
to Rain. Whoever's not that anyone would watch this,
What-
but if
what
you
are we
are,
giving this one? I'm giving
great
this one 5
organization.
stars.
Watch that. Cameron
It's
is
the best
I
work.
give this one a 4. This was entertaining as hell to sit through. I didn't want to skip through it at any point.
I'm giving it 5 stars.
Yeah, it was good.
5 stars.
Oh, you're breaking the mold, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, it's up to 5 stars. Might as well. We're grading them on the curve with all of these reviews. So I think this wouldn't be the best one we've seen. Other than
Game tester. Spoonie still does shit. You gotta find the channel Conversations with Curtis. It's he's not on there every episode. But it's the guy who played Curtis in Phantasmagoria, Puzzle of Flesh, his buddy from Israel, and sometimes Spoonie, sometimes the chick from the first Phantasmagoria. I can't remember that character's name. And I think Roberta Wilson has shown up on there a couple times. She at least pops up in the chat every so often. But you can like look that up. You can like look that up and see Spoonie and the Israeli guy, and I can't remember what Curtis dude's actual name is, but like they played Ripper together, and Spoonie just kind of sat there and giggled while the Israeli dude was just fucking confused about everything that was going on in that game. It's decent content. Spoonie has calmed the fuck down significantly. I assume he's on mood stabilizers now, or getting out of that house that was just too much money for him. Maybe that was a big weight off of him. I don't know, but he seems like he's a lot happier now.
has a great special. Donates there too. It's called Rape Jokes. Watch that. Don't watch this. Watch that. I don't know. Fuck you.
So,
Oh, this is bad. This is a bad review.
Any final thoughts?
Dude, we should just like lynch Doug Walker, right?
Jesus.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the worst album ever made, where I review it so you don't have to. And today we are talking about Nostalgia Critic, Doug Walker himself. Here on the YouTube website called youtube.com, you might hear tales of a character called the Nostalgia Critic, who reviews movies from long time ago from his childhood. You might have seen the funny boy scream once in a while. He reviews lots of different things. And last year in 2019, Nostalgia Critic did something a little bit different for his review. He reviewed Pink Floyd's The Wall, and also criticized heavily Pink Floyd's The Wall, the album, and decided that since this is a rock opera, he was going...
No. His criticisms were aimed directly at just the movie.
Yeah. Or you
Because a lot of the
defending
stuff.
the Doug. You're defending the Doug.
No. I'm just saying that it was laser focused on the movie, because several things in it that he criticizes aren't even present on the album. That song "When the Tigers Broke Free," the very first song he makes fun of, that is not on the album The Wall.
He was going to make a rock opera himself that was criticizing the movie and the album together into one fusion review of Doug Walker singing Pink Floyd's The Wall in most of its entirety. And oh boy, did the internet have a freaking field day on this one.
Oh no, it's just not good.
Now, since
Yeah.
this is such a big task. I did not just want my own opinion. I usually have guest listeners on this one. So I thought I'd up the ante and ask some of my friends to come over and watch the entire Doug Walker Nostalgia Critic The Wall. And I decided to bring them together and get their thoughts about what the music sounded like.
Oh wow! Oh, a whole party.
Hello,
Yeah,
test subjects.
Oh my god!
This party
wow!
was actually a trap, and you.
Wow,
Oh
he's
no!
got a Pichu, a Pikachu, a Raichu, that Ditto that couldn't match faces, and a Mimikyu. He really likes the Pika-like family and Pikachu family.
He does,
I
but
never would have. I never would have guessed that they
Oh.
would have made a doll of the Ditto Pikachu. I kind of want that. I like that episode.
That's only a small shelf. He's probably got more, since that will only fills the shelf. Right.
Yeah. I call bullshit though. Raichus are way bigger than that.
We'll all have to watch Nostalgia Critics The Wall for the next 40 minutes. I've already handed you your Nostalgia Critic fun sheet, and you will now have to rank all the songs.
So I am going into this with a bit of a anti this guy bias, and it's based entirely around the fact that he kind of reminds me of Boogie. His look and everything. He just kind of reminds me of Boogie, and it's rubbing me the wrong way. Maybe if I don't have to look at him very much.
I don't like that he's made it a watch party. It's not a watch party kind of. It's not.
I don't know. Maybe if you know what? Yeah, you're right.
It's not the room.
I have never listened to this. I do not know how bad it's going to get. I do know there's going to be CGI, animation, a lot of green screen, and the Nostalgia Critic probably screaming a lot somewhere. All right, let me break this down. Okay, so every single person who's part of this party is getting a little fun sheet that tells everyone, after you listen to the song all the way through, you have to rank the song from 1 to 5. And the average score from all of our sheets together will be what we score each song. So all of these star rankings have already been established. So let's get this thing started. First song up is
That does not
the
sound
Floyd.
fun at all.
No. Oh god.
I don't know what Nostalgia Critic Mafia ties are there, but there has to be something because Corey Taylor from Slipknot is in this review. The whole plot is Corey Taylor is watching The Wall for the first time since he was a kid. Nostalgia Critic singing is awful and terrible. His flow on this song does not really work. And as parody, it's not really that good. If they had anyone else
He's got a
singing these
thing on
same
the
lyrics,
wall
though,
over
but
here. He's got worst what ever made. Worst what?
Worst album ever made, and it's not in frame. It was actually even further out of frame earlier.
So, what are these? I don't recognize these albums.
Well, I recognize that fucking middle one because I haven't thought about him in a while. That's fucking William Hung. She bangs.
Really?
She bangs.
She bangs. It's She Bangs. Okay.
He has that album on display.
As one of the worst albums of all time. And I'm going to try and zoom in here on this top one. What the hell is that? I see, I don't know, somebody on a horse, maybe? Possibly. I don't know. And then the album way down here is Something Green. It's a very green album over here. Yeah, it's good that you recognize the William Hung, because otherwise we'd just be completely lost here. Okay.
Well, I recognize it because it says William Hung in big bold print.
Okay. but no idea what the top one is. It could be somebody.
No, no, I don't even have an idea for what that could be. And the bottom one, that could be a Celtic folk album for all I can tell with how green it is.
but
Besides Nostalgia Critic, it would still be a bad song. The lyrics are terrible. And also, Nostalgia Critic singing just makes it a little bit worse. The average score from the 5 of us was a 1.5 star. Okay, moving on.
Nice.
Next song is called When the Wall Broke Free.
The art house ego trip had fallen, then slipped to the bargain bin for $3.93.
Now, When the Wall Broke Free, it talks a lot about when the movie was released, and some people didn't like the movie. In the review, it talks about how the movie flopped, and the movie went up to bargain bin shelves like almost immediately, which is not really true. What I've heard, it made its money back. It wasn't a flop. It just wasn't a mega hit success. But I think Doug is trying to stretch the truth a little bit to make his criticisms more valid. He says the film is extremely angsty without subtlety. Just personally, I think Pink Floyd's The Wall has some good subtle storytelling in there. But Doug Walker says absolutely no subtlety, completely devoid of it, and it's extremely angsty and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
He calls the whole film extremely whiny, which I think is a very blanket, dismissive statement. But that's my opinion on Doug's opinion. There is some good music in there. There's some good instrumental because it's Pink Floyd. Pink Floyd has good instrumentals. So commenting on like the background music is not nearly as good here. When the Wall Broke Free got a 1.48 from our panel. They didn't like it too much. This next song is literally nothing. Next song is called Corey. I'm going to just play the whole song. Here it is. Nostalgia Critic in the review.
Wow. A masterpiece.
Is that supposed to be? Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
There's a commercial, and the commercial said there's a few songs in here that have been extended, and there's a couple brand new songs that weren't even on the review. So when I saw that there was a song called Corey, I thought there was going to be a song called Corey. There wasn't. It was this. That's nothing. Corey got a 0.72. Disappointed. Moving on. This next song's called The Song After This One Is Really Good. The song after this one is really good. Just craps all over. Another Brick in the Wall Part 1. And also The Happiest Days of Our Lives.
Someone sing something else, please.
2 different songs off of The Wall.
Okay, that is not in the video, so they are just listening to the album. Okay.
Yeah.
That Doug just thinks are completely unnecessary. The Wall itself is telling a story of Roger Waters, and there is a storyline that is showing the building blocks of why Roger Waters just feels so isolated and the reason why he is the way he is. And he's trying to show that through several songs. These are the moments that are blocking me away from everyone. The first song was talking about how his dad died in World War II, and he himself is one of the reasons why he isolates himself from everyone else. And Happiest Days of Our Lives is a lead up to Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, the smash hit song that Doug Walker is saying is the next good song. Doug Walker thinks that those 2 songs just do not need to be in the album. Even in the context of the movie, those songs are barely in the movie. They're in the movie, but they only take up like a couple of minutes. The fact they're like, this is completely unnecessary. No one wants to.
I'm going to give this guy 3 stars.
Yeah, this is terrible.
Yeah, I'm not digging this. He's not being brisk enough.
3. That's generous.
I'll give him a 2.5 just because the idea of having a group of people give multiple opinions and then figuring out the average is kind of interesting. Nobody else did that.
1
But
star. The other people are useless. We already know
Yeah.
they're not gonna like it. Otherwise, this video wouldn't have been made. Secondly, maybe it would have been more interesting if you had the actual group of people give their unique thoughts and how they feel, rather than him recapping what his friend said.
at least have them write a little blurb about what they thought.
Yeah, quote
exactly.
them or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Want to see?
What did I say? 2 stars?
2 stars. I'll go 2.5.
I'll move it down. I'll say 1.5. He could have done this better, but I don't hate it conceptually.
No, I don't hate it. But yeah.
I do agree with him though, what he's saying right here about how it's ludicrous to say that Another Brick in the Wall Part 1 and The Happiest Days of Our Lives are pointless songs on the album or in the movie. They're absolutely important to the fucking story that's being told in both. Because without the on the album, we don't get When the Tigers Broke Free, so we don't get the more blatant explanation of what happened to his father. But with Another Brick in the Wall Part 1, we do get some explanation. You know, Daddy's flown across the ocean.
Right.
Daddy, what else did you leave for me? But next
know
one.
this. You know this album good. Ah.
You're not done, are you? Okay.
Oh,
Don't
so
start a
upset.
video like that, no matter who you are. Don't start a video like this. It just comes off as insincere and
Right.
fake.
Because he also has to, he has to start the video like that, which means he has to get into that position and then start the video. Like it's obviously nonsense.
What is that picture over there to the left?
Batman?
It's Batman.
I've never seen Batman smirk like that.
I don't know. Got a picture of Batman. Or is it something? I don't know.
Hey, Critic. Leave the wall alone. I didn't think I'd.
Oh, how old is this?
Yeah, I think
October 2nd.
Yeah.
I think he snatched that right from the other guy.
He totally did. He totally did.
Let's double check. Where is that video? Okay, we're on number 18 right now. Yeah, he straight up snatched that from this guy. Which, by the way, I'm jealous of this guy's glasses. I'm getting new glasses, and I really wanted round lens glasses, and I can never find them.
He's got it though.
Yeah, he's got them, fucker.
Damn.
Maybe I shouldn't call him a fucker. Maybe I should try to befriend him. Hey, where'd you get them bitchin' glasses, dude?
Might have a promo code.
Leave the wall alone. I didn't think I'd ever have to make this video, and I feel like it might be a mistake, but screw it. It's a mistake that I have to make in order to get off my chest, because...
What?
Yeah, in case you haven't heard the news, the Nostalgia Critics review of The Wall sucks. I've seen Anthony Fantano's reaction to it. I've seen plenty of other tweets.
Is that the guy?
That's Anthony Fantano.
Yes, Anthony Fantano.
Okay, yeah, well, there you go.
Reacting to this, and I've seen the like to dislike ratio on it, so I had to take the dive.
Oh, you know what? Let's go see that.
The like to dislike ratio.
Yeah, because I have the extension that lets me see dislikes.
This.
They don't show
Oof.
you.
99. There we go. Okay, 99,378 dislikes, 26,455 likes.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a great. That top comment is beautiful. This is as much a love letter to Pink Floyd as a bullet was to John Lennon.
Oh,
That's good. I like that.
But before I looked at the review, I had to watch the movie itself just so I don't base my opinions off of this clown. That's the best way I can put it. He's a clown. And you know what? I thought it was a pretty good movie. It's a very nice adaptation of a concept record that explored the depths of isolation and showing how it worsens people's problems rather than making them feel better. Okay, I'll admit that that description is a little bit sucky, mostly because...
No, that's pretty apt. I'd say that's pretty spot on.
Well, this album's pretty complex, but you know what? I at least had the decency to look up the meanings. There's a website called thewallanalysis.com, which gives great descriptions about the meanings of each song as well as some of the scenes in the movie. I use this website to help me get a better look at this particular film, and yeah, it definitely helped me appreciate The Wall a lot more, both the album and the film itself. And it also showed me how much of a hack the Nostalgia Critic was while he reviewed it. Now, I freely admit to not being a fan of the Nostalgia Critic, at least not anymore. I kind of lost interest in him when he reviewed Norm of the North. And it turns out that I was right to leave him at that point because, oh boy, did his videos suck. Sure, there are a few reviews that I found watchable, like Jack and Jill and Freddy Got Fingered.
He reviewed Freddy Got Fingered. I might actually have to watch that one. There's a lot to say about that movie.
What's with that reaction face?
I think my favorite video review of Freddy Got Fingered is the Red Letter Media one where Mike is trying to explain that no, I like this movie and Jay is just not getting it.
Right.
Mine is the No Country for Old Men tribute. Seriously, Doug Walker is no Javier Bardem. But for the most part, I've usually stood away from his reviews, mostly because of the dip in quality and the change the channel movement. I didn't want to give him any of my support. However, after watching this review, after watching The Wall, yeah, even if he decides to review Gigli, I am never watching any of his videos ever again.
Okay, Zoe, how much money to let this guy stick his cock in you? Minimum.
Shit.
This guy's a little weird.
I don't know. At least 20,000.
At least 20,000. I bet you he's only like between 5'5" and 5'8".
Oh,
30,000.
I knew that would add to the price. I don't like this so far because this just makes this reminds me of a Channel Awesome reviewer, but like one of the D tier ones.
It's the not quite right kind of way he's talking. You know what I mean? There's something a little off about it. You know, and
he's mispronouncing a lot of words and misspeaking a lot of words.
Right. There's something a little off about it. He's like, I just don't. Yeah. His setup's a little weird. We got some film reels over here, and then just a random table with a Coke can. Okay, like we have some stuff that looks intentional, and then maybe that picture of Batman, it wasn't even something he maybe he only thought the film reels were in the shot, right? I don't know.
Maybe that's Toronto Batman.
Toronto Batman.
That kind of looks like Toronto Batman.
What is Toronto band?
You know, the guy who runs around Toronto dressed as the Bale Batman screaming, "My parents are dead!" Like walking up to random people. Where are the other drugs going?
I'm not convinced that is a Batman. Even there's some other kind of logo going. I don't even know.
Is it Darkman?
I don't know. It's not Darkman. It's definitely not Darkman. But that doesn't look even like the Batman logo. I'm trying to zoom in. I can't quite see.
Well, it looks like it's autographed too.
Yeah. Kind of weird. What the hell is that? The fuck is that? All right, yeah. Let's. I'm gonna give this guy 3 stars.
3.
3 stars. Fabulous. Just.
Let's give it up to the 5-minute mark.
Now, to address the
No.
positives, Rob Scallon did an amazing job replicating the Pink Floyd songs.
No, he did not. Why do people keep saying that? Do they have no ear for fucking music?
All right, I'm gonna say I'm gonna put it in the what should we put in the chat as far as a poll? We should poll the audience as far as like I'll just say good or bad. Good
Yeah,
or bad.
audience, you get to decide if this guy sucks or not. Maybe the Phantom. No, the Phantom wears all purple. Like it's a deep shade of like plum
All right.
purple.
All right, you got everybody in the chat gets to vote on it. Is good or bad? Go ahead and vote good or bad. Whether this guy is any good or any bad,
Well,
you can keep playing the video, and then
I'm gonna go make a drink real quick. I'll be right back.
He's a talented multi-instrumentalist, and I really can't fault him for the work that he has done for this particular review. And the animation for the trial segment was pretty decent.
That thing with the
Ben
crazy.
is a pretty
orange.
talented animator, and I felt like he put more effort into his segment than the Nostalgia Critic did writing the review. Which is kind of a shame. And for what it's worth, Corey Taylor singing the SpongeBob theme is the most wholesome thing in the entire video.
Okay.
And when that's the most wholesome thing in the entire video, you know you have serious issues. To begin with,
I have issues.
how in the 9 hells did he get Corey Taylor to sign on a project like this? Especially after his band dropped one of their most critically acclaimed albums in their entire discography. I really need to listen to this at some point. And no disrespect to Corey Taylor, he seems like a nice guy, but he should probably know better than to sign on to a review that actively disses The Wall and treats it like a love letter. Which brings me to the review itself. Oh my god, what was the critic thinking when he thought this was good enough to post on YouTube?
What was he thinking when
Now,
he
for this
thought
review, he didn't
that
really
this is
do
pretty
it in the
good? That's
typical
what he-
Nostalgia
that's what he
Critic
was thinking.
style. Instead, he decided to do a very terrible remake of the film while throwing shade at the original source material every single chance that he can. He complains that the film is too long.
Yeah.
When A, it's an hour and 20 minutes, and B, his reviews are too long. Also, to boldly flee. When recreating the One of My Turns scene, the critic says that Pink is a successful musician who's made millions and asks why isn't he happy?
I'm a successful musician with millions. How can you expect me to be happy?
Cause, you know, rock stars can't have depression. This honestly makes me wonder if the Nostalgia Critic knows how humans work, especially those with depression. At least when Link Carr made this mistake in his Superman number 701 review, he apologized.
And this continues on the song Comfortably Dumb, where he decides to say, "There is only so long I can go with hearing a millionaire say that things blow."
Oh, wow.
Yeah, say that in front of a depressed millionaire and you'd get punched in the face.
And he also claims that the movie is full of itself. Look at the person making the review. And you want to know the most damning thing about this review? Doug Walker claimed that this was meant to be a love letter to Pink Floyd and The Wall.
This is just such a love letter to Pink Floyd's music and The Wall. This is just such a love letter, such a love letter.
Such a love letter. A love letter. This review, where he called Comfortably Numb boring, where he accused Goodbye Blue Skies of being an Oscar bait song despite not being eligible for an Oscar. Oscar bait song. And when talking about Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, one of the most famous Pink Floyd songs and a protest against rigid schooling and abusive teachers, especially in boarding schools, that causes more bricks to be placed in the protagonist's mental wall of isolation, he calls it bitching and complaining and pandering, and decides to include the lyrics, LOL so school sucks, grow a damn pair of balls.
LOL so school sucks, grow a damn pair of balls.
Are you kidding me?
Came back at James
Ridiculous.
Rolfe.
All of this is meant to be a love letter to Pink Floyd.
Grow a damn pair of balls.
So much. Really, this entire review
Okay,
feels like
all
an IGN review
right,
with it.
So did it get any better?
No, and I'm ending the poll here. We got 6 votes, 100% bad.
Oh my God, Universal. He's been obliterated by the fan.
We
So
are
you get a
skipping.
dislike.
Skipping to the next video. Oh God. Oh, Doug, no, Doug, stop. No. Doug.
Well, at least he's expressing how we feel.
God.
This sounds bad. This is terrible.
The Nostalgia Critic presents. This is so bad. Fucking secondhand embarrassment.
The Critic video. This is the worst movie review I have ever seen.
Why the fuck did you do that?
Oh, so this guy, he's seen these other videos. So I can hope that he's not going to be redundant, right? We're not going to hear a lot of what we already heard because he's really acknowledging there's already been a bunch of videos about it. That's what I hope to see here. Oh, and it's that guy.
Wait, it's that.
that
Yeah, I was
guy.
gonna say this is that guy.
It's that what guy? Huh. Oh, wait, what's going on?
Wow, he did better versions of the Triton One masks than Nostalgia Critic did with paper mache.
Yeah.
Fuck. Those actually kind of look like what's in the movie, except I think they're drawn on. Well, no, there's holes.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, lady. I think it's time to get a new phone. Or at least a new screen protector. I don't know what's going on there, but damn, that thing's beat the fuck up. Actually, I think that's a guy. Those are kind of manly arms.
So yeah. Thought I was gonna sing this entire review. Nah, let's not waste each other's time. Get the shit off of me. I really need a haircut. Can we talk about Pink Floyd The Wall? Yeah, and while we're at it, can we talk about that fucking horrible Nostalgia Critic review of it? Yeah, let's make this a science fiction double feature. How much you want to bet I could beat Doug's time? Let's make this interesting. I'll do 3 songs while still being analytical. Orally analytical. And I guarantee this will be much more entertaining and informative. I mean, I could just fart into this microphone. It'll be funnier than Nostalgia Critic. And I'm not watching that shit again. Instead, I'm introducing a segment I like to call the Tabor Cam. Matt Tabor's going to
What?
watch the Nostalgia Critic
Oh.
review for me, and we'll check in on him every once in a while. Hey, Matt. You ready?
No, I hate this.
Fuck it, let's get on to the double review of Pink Floyd The Wall.
Okay, so We should have watched this one before that other one, but whatever. They made a lot of it. It's a doggy. It's going on.
Part 1. The music. What can I say about the music? It's Pink Floyd, one of the most celebrated bands of the last century, the music being from one of the most celebrated albums of their discography, if not all time. Kind of. There are a few important key differences between the album and the film. For one thing, the film opens with the song When the Tigers Broke Free, which isn't on the album at all. You see, this was originally written for the Wall album, but the band opted to leave it off as they felt it was too personal to Roger Waters, who wrote the song about his father dying in the Battle of Anzio in World War II. This mirrors the opening scene of the film, where Pink's father meets the same fate. And to be honest, I kind of wish this was still part of the album. It gives us a little bit more backstory to our main character and further develops the theme of loss, although they later released this song as a single. As for the other tracks, I won't do a play-by-play, but there are several different musical styles present here. We get psychedelic rock.
Hello, hello. Is there anybody in there?
Disco.
Disco.
Hard rock. And even musical theater. What else can I say? If you're a fan of the album, the songs you love are all here. Kinda. There are a few omissions and changes. For one thing, both In the Flesh tracks and Stop are sung by Pink actor Bob Geldof, which I find a bit inconsistent. You see, the movie plays almost like an hour-and-a-half long music video, as the songs are played over visuals rather than the characters singing themselves, with the exception of those tracks. Therefore, you mostly hear Roger Waters' unique and unhinged voice as heard on the album. But on the previously mentioned tracks, you hear Geldof's equally unique but vastly different voice. It's absolutely a minor nitpick. It doesn't ruin the movie by any means. Other tracks are shortened or missing entirely. Hey You was dropped due to the filmmakers not wanting the movie to become repetitive, and other tracks such as Waiting for the Worms are cut down.
That's right. Hey You.
He's right. Hey You isn't in the movie. Yeah, huh. I'll be damned.
Another interesting note is that Empty Spaces was repurposed into a new song called What Shall We Do Now?
I guess you could say, hey, you, just noticed.
Which was originally intended for the 1979 album, but was cut down due to vinyl constraints at the time. Those are just a few things I noticed listening to the album and watching the movie in preparation for this review. Does Nostalgia Critic mention any of those things in his review?
Brown.
Yeah.
Nah, rock it.
He's rocking it.
Just rock it. When it's
He
that,
is.
when
Minus
it's that
1
thick,
star just for that.
If it's
Okay.
that thick, just own it.
No, he just sings horribly and completely misinterprets everything, proving he didn't even do the slightest modicum of research.
Fuck me.
But I might be getting ahead of myself here. Part 2, the story. All right, here we go. The real meat and potatoes here. I'm going to try to review a movie that's mostly metaphorical. Here goes nothing. As I mentioned before, we start the film with Pink's father during his last moments. We then cut to Pink in the hotel.
We don't need to hear this part.
Oh hell no! Oh look, it's set up so we can. I'm liking the review already. I'm already going to give it.
Okay, there we go. At the 20-minute mark, we get to the Nostalgia Critic.
Part 4, the Nostalgia Critic.
So this is actually. Oh, I see what it's titled: The Wall Review and Nostalgia Critic Response.
So he
So
says
this
he's
is
going
both.
to beat the time. He's going to do all this in less time than his video, and it's at 38 minutes long. This video, so he did get it under the Nostalgia Critic's time, which was his challenge at the
I
beginning.
mean, he just reviewed the movie in 20 minutes.
Right, because we're right at the
So
end.
about a month ago, the Nostalgia Critic reviewed The Wall, which he erroneously refers to as
Pink Floyd The Wall, or is it Pink Floyd's The Wall? I never know where to put the S there.
Just look at the box.
The
That's a good point. You know what? I don't care what the score is. He gets a like just for that fucking comment. Just look at the box.
Yeah, I don't understand if he doesn't know what it's called.
That's
Is
the,
it
to the
inconsistent?
bargain bin for $3.93.
Where? I spent nearly $18 on this DVD. It's not on Blu-ray yet for some reason, but where is this in the bargain bin? Show me where, and I'll buy 10. Also, not frontman Corey Taylor and his son in this. Corey, what are you doing? And why do you look like Corey Feldman? He transformed in the
Ooh.
flesh, I guess. When
Ouch.
Why are you using low quality JPEGs from the movie? Wait, why are you using JPEGs at all? Just use clips from the movie. What's with the flames? Oh. How long have you been doing this? This is unacceptable. You'd think after doing it for all these years.
Wait a minute. I thought Rob was the director of this stuff.
Rob
Did
helps
he push
write.
Rob out as director?
Rob helps write a
That's
lot of
what
the stuff.
you're thinking.
But you know, it kind of goes back and forth. We can't all do everything
fair
together.
enough.
Yeah.
You'd improve. You're deproving. Doug desperately tries to sound like Roger Waters. And rest assured, he fails. What are these lyrics? Who wrote this? Oh, the joke of the nostalgia critic is completely lost. He stole the joke from the angry video game nerd, that being he's a man baby who complains about things that are so old they don't warrant this level of anger. And make no mistake, I'm still a fan of the AVGN. He's been consistent. But the nostalgia critic, well, Doug in particular, has this air of arrogance, like the nostalgia critic's opinion is of the utmost authority. I find it ironic that the nostalgia critic's whole shtick is to determine whether or not media holds up when he's the most outdated creator on the platform.
Good old Pink Floyd made a movie devoid of even the slightest bit of subtlety.
Devoid of subtlety?
We don't need no education.
Well, that's grammatically incorrect, so apparently you do need some education.
Yeah, that's the point.
Do you know what we teach in these walls?
How to fix a car, pay your taxes.
We pay other people to do those things. We teach important things you need to know in life, like algebra, trigonometry. Well, anyway, continue to act like the oppressed, and me the oppressor. Rock albums seem to really eat that shit up.
So are you criticizing the school system of America? Or are you criticizing angsty teens for hating school? Your message isn't even consistent. Also, why are you comparing modern American schooling to the schooling of post-war Britain, where Roger Waters is from and wrote the song about? What is this terrible Transylvanian animation and green screen effect?
That is a good point.
Also, how can you use all these VFX and still have everything come out flat and boring? To who? Also, shut the fuck up.
One teacher who seemed cool, he wasn't. Remember that one teacher who seemed really kind and gave you candy? That candy was really sugar-coated children's songs.
Yeah, grow a pair of balls. Let your horrible, corrupt schoolmasters abuse you because they can, and they're letting out their frustrations from home. Oh, that's racist now. Got him. Jesus Christ.
That's one of those expressions right there where it's hard to tell. Is he happy to be here or is he just really, really embarrassed?
I don't know. I don't even know what's happening anymore. No, he does not look
Jesus
happy.
Christ, those kid
that's
voices are
Rich.
ungodly
That's
annoying.
Rich.
I can't understand the lyrics. Well, I could barely understand them anyway, but fuck.
Wait, time out. Is this really a World War II reference?
See above argument.
His ego.
What? Doug,
Ego.
you're one to talk. Roger
High school
Waters' father
bites.
died in World War II. The broken school system was a direct result of World War II. Seriously, a quick Google search with minimal effort would tell you that.
Oh, the pity flowers. The pity flowers and the rain, my problems versus other people's problems.
Who is Roger Waters dismissing? Do you really not understand how depression works? One of the biggest themes of the album, and by extension the film, is what it feels like to be isolated and alone due to mental illness and feeling like there's no way out.
So, Oscar makes smoke a bowl, and it will feel less wrong.
They thought rhyming song with bong was clever. It wasn't.
You're calling a World War II one of the worst things to ever happen.
So bitching about your girlfriend cheating on you?
Yes, because being cheated on is a perfectly normal part about being in a relationship. It definitely doesn't hurt in the slightest, especially if you're internally tortured.
Sounds pretty douchey, man.
Yeah, pretty douchey.
Yeah, you're douchey because your father died in a war, you had a horrible upbringing during turbulent times, and you just found out you've been cheated on. So basically what Doug is saying is that he doesn't care if you're depressed and or in need of help. Suck it up, baby. You're gonna cry? Fuck you.
He's like, Jesus. Oh, there's his nipples.
Again,
Look.
not every T-pose is a Jesus metaphor, although now it's a hate symbol, but what isn't these days?
Ah, shit. He's watching the boring parts of the wall.
That's painfully ironic. And Cinema Snow? What happened to you, man? You used to be cool.
Made it look like Logan Paul filmed a dead body and
Yeah.
he still has a career.
What the fuck even is this cinematography? And look at them. They're just writhing around in the background like retarded chickens with their heads cut off.
What is it? God damn.
Why were you watching The Wall as a child? I mean, granted, I watched it as a kid, but that's beside the point. Wouldn't the slow part seem more boring as a child, but watching it as an adult through a more analytical lens, it's actually engaging and potent? For fuck's sake, I thought you were supposed to be a critic. What even are these critiques? Are these even critiques? Is this even a review? Or is this a horribly written, horribly thought out parody? You could parody The Wall, sure, I don't care, but have something of substance to say. These are weak, childish, obvious critiques that could be easily disproven with bare minimum research that could be done in under 30 seconds. 39 minutes and 20 seconds less than your review or whatever the fuck you were trying to do.
Yep. Oh, so it's 39 seconds. 39 minutes exactly. The album's slightly longer at 42 seconds.
Comfortably.
Sorry, what?
So it was 39 minutes. The album is slightly longer at 42 minutes. And this is slightly longer at 38 minutes and 42 seconds. He made his video just a minute shorter than Doug's, and Doug's album is only like 3 minutes longer than the video about. Yeah.
Yeah, he still made it shorter.
Yeah, he did. Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Dumb. I bet you're proud of that, aren't you? Feel good about that one?
Before I found out about
Comfortably
Honey,
dumb.
the promo code.
This Honey ad is the cringiest ad I've ever seen on YouTube. I get it. You have to talk about a product for a certain amount of time, but what the fuck even is this?
Hey, you guys like the music in this review?
No.
Well, believe it or not, there's an album of it. I'm not even kidding.
You fucking better be kidding.
This was Rob Scallon who appears in the review. He has his own YouTube channel. He's just this incredible talent, and I really think he outdid himself with this.
I don't know who Rob Scallon is. Other people seem to like his work, but outdid himself? He basically just made karaoke tracks of the songs from The Wall, but not as good, and made 10 times worse by Doug's writing and vocals.
This is just such a love letter to Pink Floyd's music and The Wall.
If the songs are a love letter to Pink Floyd, then everything I've said about this review is a love letter to the Nostalgia Critic. Wait, that reminds me. Hey, do you like the songs in this review? Well, guess what? There are tracks from it. I'm not even kidding. You can check them out right now over at Rebecca Renee's channel. She's just an incredible talent. She's that angelic voice you heard next to mine. The one that made me sound like a dying giraffe,
Hey, did you hear that? Sounds like a giraffe is dying over there.
She's an incredible talent. I know that sounds facetious, and that's because I'm making fun of the Nostalgia Critic right now. She actually is an incredible talent, so, check it out, man. Why didn't you bother to clean the smudges on your head, you human taint? I actually want to come back to this in a bit, so I'll skip this for now.
I'm never not gonna notice that now.
Yeah.
Why didn't he bother to clean the smudges on his face? He wouldn't let somebody clean the smudges. Nobody wanted to tell him there were smudges. Don't tell him there are smudges.
Yeah. But don't worry, it's gonna be good. Bring the runtime down? Your review is 40 minutes long! The Wall is only an hour and a half. That's way shorter than most movies nowadays. I'm aghast that he doesn't see the irony here.
Oh, that's that weird creature I've seen looming around.
Oh yeah, throughout the review you see this weird fur bait shit, and it's so uncanny valley and out of place. What the fuck am I even looking at here?
And when I heard you were reviewing the much to be desired. Whoa.
What? What's with the
Style over
teeth?
substance.
The
Okay,
teeth are
knowing
horrible.
I don't
hate
know
the teeth.
what is up with the teeth and what is
The
up with the
teeth look
fact that it never stops moving. Its
It's
whole
always
body.
yeah. It's just swaying. All of the characters do that. They do this constant swaying back and forth thing as they talk, and they have I don't know what's wrong with. None of them have just a normal face. They're all their faces are like fucked up weird things, right? I don't know why.
You know, it's amazing. You are 100% wrong. I mean, nothing you've said has been right.
this film you have, it fails to truly connect us to those amazing creatures and visuals. Each one represented something deep and meaningful. Wouldn't you want more of them?
That's not the point. We see them in live action, as they truly are. So when we see them in animated form, they're the distorted version that Pink sees them as, more monstrous, evil, and terrifying. Seriously, I don't feel like I should have to spell this out. Of all the things in the movie that are metaphorical and strange, I feel like this is probably one of the more straightforward elements. Also, you're complaining that the animated characters needed more development? Who the fuck are these fucking things? The line between irony and idiocy is blurring so much here.
I said I liked how well.
What was that?
That was a really good point. Like the other ones that are introduced, it's like, what are these? Are they from something? I don't know them. Like,
Yeah, and they only show up in the last like 5 minutes. They show up to sing the final song.
Ditty, I will not suffer shitty.
Then why are you in this?
Lazy.
Lazy. Lazy! You can say a lot of things about The Wall, but lazy isn't one of them. Even if someone doesn't like The Wall, I'm pretty sure the last complaint that they would have is that it's fucking lazy. And look who's talking. Your entire video looks fucking lazy. Don't talk to me about lazy. My dog can accomplish more than your tired, lethargic ass. And look at her. To be fair, she's a sport animal, so that's not even a joke. She is, in fact, less lazy than you. I feel like I'm losing my fucking mind here.
It never ends to tell a story.
I think you might be wrong there, bud. The editing is so fucking bad, I feel like I'm gonna throw up.
The movie ended on such an open vagueness that only makes sense that the review end on such an open vagueness.
I mean, no. After being torn down by visions of his schoolmaster wife and mother, his inner psyche orders him to tear down the wall, and he quite literally does, as displayed in the visual of the wall being destroyed. And if you listen to the final song played over the credits, Roger Waters explained that those who really love you will be there when you're ready to let them in, and warns you to be patient with them as they were with you.
I liked it fine.
Yeah, me too.
A little full of itself, but good music and imagination.
Doug, you're in no position to say anything is full of itself when you decide to end your review standing in front of literal posters of yourself. Look at my accomplishments. Fuck you sack of shit. You ruined 40 minutes of my life.
Well, since you got me, I figured I could sing you one of my biggest hits. You mean? Oh, yeah. Oh, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Orange and yellow and orange to see.
Check out the album!
Just, okay, I'm done. I can't take this anymore. You're actually charging people for this abomination? Just buy the wall. Don't buy this, just buy the wall. Okay, I'm gonna end this by going back to the person you hate portion of Doug's review.
Person you all think you know. I'm that nameless foe.
How fucking tone deaf are you, Doug? I'm serious. This section, which, by the way, doesn't serve to review in the flesh, but what else is new, feels like he's addressing all the hate he's received from hashtag change the channel, which was well deserved. If you haven't looked into it, I suggest you do. It's pretty damning. And if you don't want to read it yourself and you want a more measured response, I check out Frederick Knudsen's readings of the document and the responses. I'll have them linked below.
Oh.
And yes, I know he's framing it as an attack on social media, which is odd because I thought he was doing a review of The Wall, which came out more than 3 decades before social media. But during the Waiting for the Worms parody, it becomes pretty obvious he's talking about change the channel. Do you really not understand what you did wrong? Do you really not understand why people hate you? Let me explain it to you. So?
I really don't remember your one-liners, so dollar store. Robin, to rapist.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Dollar store. Robin Doug Walker helped two rapists.
Two rapists.
Two. Wow, this guy's pulling double duty.
Right, Mike Mashad, the dude who was trying to fuck the big fat motherfucker.
Yeah.
The one who had a heart attack at like 23.
Right.
Mike Elvis and Wario.
On January 23rd, 2014, former Channel Awesome producer Justin Carmichael committed suicide.
Nostalgia Critic knew about you, Wario. All in all, I don't get why you'd support them at all.
Yeah.
Whoa, hold on. Supposed to be supposedly the Jane Doe. Oh, I am not the Jane Doe from the Google Doc. Let me skim through this real quick. Okay, so it's just a summary about how the Juwario thing was just taboo to even talk about because he killed himself.
Yes. Yeah.
Huh?
But yeah, that didn't help things because it kind of creates sympathy for him despite his actions, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. That's a different girl they're talking about in the Google Doc. He did that to her. That's absolutely true. I'm someone else. He sexually assaulted me while I was passed out. I woke up while it was happening. Okay, see, I didn't know that. But this is Reddit. How do we know for certain this is really real?
You don't. Anyone could type that on Reddit, you know?
Yeah, like I'm not trying to victim blame. I'm not trying to defend you, Wario. I'm just saying this is Reddit. Maybe somewhere out there is a confirmation that yes, this is the person, but it'd be nice if he included something that somehow confirmed that somewhere in here. Because it's even from a deleted user.
Yeah, that makes me.
This movie sucks! It sucks! This movie fucking sucks! Hello, hi, I am Melvin, brother of
Oh, God.
to play years
visual masterpiece for both fans of Pink Floyd and newcomers alike. Both the movie and the album hold a very special place in my heart. And while writing this review, I actually found out that the album came out on my birthday in 1979, so that's awesome. It's hard to think of anything quite like it, but if you enjoyed The Wall, I'd suggest Tommy, Rocket Man, Disney's Hercules, and Wizard of Oz while listening to Dark Side of the Moon. As for the Nostalgia Critic, I'd recommend, well, unsubscribing to him, and then I'd recommend Cinemassacre, Red Letter Media, Ralph the Movie Maker, Your Movie Sucks, and I Hit Everything as possible replacements. There were a few bits I had to get out of this review, like this one.
Matt, I don't think this is working.
I know. Let's not tell him yet. Hey, I should probably
Let's not tell him yet. This guy gets a 4. This is genuinely entertaining.
Yeah.
And he managed to review 2 things in less time than Doug
Yeah.
Walker managed to review 1 thing.
And unlike the others, he actually went into a little bit of detail about like the accusations and whatnot, rather than just bring them up and just like walk away.
Yeah.
Right.
Let Matt Tabor out of that room.
Oh, and the musical bit was good.
Yeah.
Oh, you're still here.
Yeah, you made me watch that whole thing.
Yeah, wasn't it fun?
No, man, I died.
Yeah, made for a great musical number.
Jesus Christ.
Come on, some good things came out of this review.
Dude, name one fucking thing.
Well, since you asked. Even though there was a lot of hatred directed towards the Nostalgia Critic for his much-to-be-desired review, there was equal amount support and love given towards not just the film, but The Wall and Pink Floyd in general. It's truly amazing to me that art that was made decades ago still receives praise and attention, especially when a good amount of those defending it weren't even around when it was initially popular. In an unintentional roundabout way, this horrible review got people to watch, listen, and reignite discussions for their love of Pink Floyd.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I watched the movie again, so it makes sense.
Well, since you got me, why don't I play one of the Wall's biggest hits?
You mean it?
Oh, yeah.
Goodbye, cruel world. I'm leaving you today. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, all you people. There's nothing you can say to make me change my mind. Goodbye.
Isn't this where
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Did he start out that way?
we came in?
Oh. I'm gonna give him 5 stars for having that gag.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, 5 stars. That is the best video.
That's what
we've
the
watched.
album does. You
At
hear
that
the end of
length.
the album as you hear the beginning of the album, like the guy earlier mentioned.
Yeah. The little thing though is it's the best video we've seen at that length. We watched the whole video because we have been skipping ahead on videos, and we watched
Yeah.
the whole video there. So he gets.
Yeah, he was.
Did I give that one
Yeah,
a like?
absolutely. He
Yeah,
was.
okay.
He was.
Excellent.
I would say 4.5 stars.
Yeah. Excellent. Especially this late in the game. Be watching the whole video. For fuck's sake.
Okay, let's talk about The Wall.
This is the best one.
This is the best one, yeah. But that one,
This is the
really fucking
one.
good.
3.6 million views, while the actual
No.
the actual video Nostalgia Critic made has, I think, 1.3.
But
He already lost points with me.
Yeah.
He's
Why?
bald.
He's
You
bald.
can't give us a good score. Yeah,
And
he's
Makes
video
up
is
bald.
for
longer
he's
than
bald
the
because
Doug's
that
video.
big brain pushed some of the hair out of his
Right,
head.
right. But it's also longer than Doug's video. It's almost 10 minutes longer, right? And
Well, that's because he starts it with a 7-minute preface about what the wall even is.
right. But let's scroll back to that because that's really right up to where his because he really does get
Okay.
the best one.
Let's talk about The Wall.
Right. Because he's
The
talking
Wall
about
is
the
a
wall.
multimedia
He breaks
project
it down
created.
real good. He breaks it down real good. He talks about every adaptation that they've made. He does it pretty quick, and then he comes to Doug Walker, and he's like, you know what I mean? It's like it's
The English rock band Pink Floyd, consisting of a 1979 studio album, a live performance touring over 1980 and 81, a 1982 experimental film, a 2010 through 2013 revival tour, a 2015 concert film, and a 2016 opera. The plot of all the various adaptations center around a rock star named Pink who struggles with depression and substance abuse. In the midst of an emotional spiral, Pink reflects on / hallucinates the events of his life that have led to that point, including vivid fabrication of the death of his father in World War II, hazy memories of the Blitz, his relationship with his mother, creative dissatisfaction, a decaying marriage, and a job in the music industry where he is treated as a commodity to be used, all of which form the metaphorical bricks in the emotional wall that Pink uses to separate himself from the world. I want to focus in mostly on the 1982 film because it is, I think, the adaptation that is able to do the most with the concept. The film was written by Pink Floyd frontman Roger Waters, directed by Alan Parker, with animation by Gerald Scarfe, and it is, well, it's a pretty heavy film. It can be a hard watch. It comes from a very dark place, emotionally speaking. There is a lot of disturbing imagery. It's a very angry film.
When grew up and school, I was just children and we.
It's pretty abstract in its presentation, relying heavily on associative imagery rather than conventional narrative, and this is both a strength and a weakness of the film. Abstraction is counterintuitively very efficient. It allows a movie to be about a lot of things simultaneously by letting symbols bleed into one another. The movie pinballs between war, classism, police brutality, the criminalization of youth culture, Thatcherism, generational trauma, commodification of art, and the homegrown fascism of the nations that bragged about beating the Nazis, and it's able to do this pretty fluidly. The film's underlying anger is, true to form, often incoherent, struggling to vocalize and manifest the exact shape of the subject, falling back on abstract imagery in order to suggest an emotional truth where literalism is insufficient. This allows the film to create really powerful moments. A running motif is anti-war, expressed as a seething rage of betrayal, abandonment, and exploitation at the hands of the system. Roger Waters' father was a conscientious objector during World War II, a pacifist who drove ambulance during the Blitz. In 1943, however, he changed his mind and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Territorial Army in September of that year. He was dead 5 months later. In Goodbye Blue Skies, the Union Jack shatters into pieces. For all its bravado and bluster, English nationalism is just blood in the gutter. Soldiers sent to war don't die for their country, they just die. The boys beat the Germans and came home just in time to build atom bombs. Symbols shift and merge and break apart, juxtaposed and contrasted in order to create an impression of their interconnected relationship in a way that is difficult to do using mere words, and core to the theme of the piece as a whole, no one specific thing is the load-bearing cause. There is no singular source of the sickness in society that isolates us from one another, that suppresses us, that brutalizes us, that exploits us. They are all just bricks in the wall. This abstraction, though, can also work against the film. A lot of the film's imagery, almost 40 years later, has an almost juvenile, makes-you-think shallowness to it, worn down by a generation of trite commentary on the relationship between art and commerce, in no small part directly influenced by The Wall, that cheapens The Wall simply by association. The lack of a concise resolution, the lack of a clear point at the end, which functions for some viewers as a powerfully
The art he shows there that cheapens The Wall, the more modern dystopian.
The fidget spinner one was pretty cringy.
Yeah.
I don't understand that.
Quieting denial of closure also leaves the door open for symbols to take on meanings counter to their intended or desired use. A centerpiece moment in the film comes when Pink, suffering from an overdose, is revived by his manager and record industry flunkies in order to be dressed and pushed out on stage. In this state, Pink conceptualizes himself in an alter ego, a fascist dictator indoctrinating teens primed by a conformist education system into hate and violence. This sequence, spanning the songs In the Flesh, Run Like Hell, and Waiting for the Worms, includes dramatization of hate crimes and sexual assault. The film's imagery of crossed hammers, invented for the movie as a deliberately unsettling expression of contemporary fascism and its ability to utilize the banal, the blunt, the simplistic, was adopted in 1988 by actual neo-Nazi group the Hammerskins, a now fractured organization whose dispersed members remain active in other hate organizations to this day. The potent imagery, structured as a condemnation, was still adopted by people who...
Yeah.
They hated so much that they couldn't get along with themselves.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Saw the violence not as horrifying, but as aspirational. The character of Pink holds fears and resentments towards women that are emotionally challenging to watch expressed on screen, and while meant to take away from the depictions of Pink being devoured by a predatory vaginal flower. And part of that is rooted in the film's emotional rawness, the dark place of the psyche where thoughts and fears and beliefs are not rational but are deeply potent and extremely present. Pink intellectually understands that his own self-destruction and alienation drove his wife away, but emotionally still conceptualizes her as a consuming predator. It doesn't all make sense or resolve or coalesce because we don't all make sense. Everyone is the illusion of order, constructed brick by brick out of chaos. So while The Wall is far from flawless and certainly not for everyone, there are still, I feel, deep emotional truths in there. A human story about the contradiction of being, the self-amplifying spiral of isolation, and the fragility and hypocrisy of power. The album is good, but it was always written with a visual component in mind, be it the concert or the film, and I think the album definitely feels less than whole as a result. The movie also adds When the Tigers Broke Free, which is a song that I think adds a lot of welcome depth to the story. It's a really potent encapsulation of how Waters feels about the system that killed his father.
That's how took my daddy from me.
And this is a movie that Doug Walker, a man whose bread and butter is getting irrationally angry at movies for 9-year-olds, decided to riff in the form of a parody recreation.
Good old Pink Floyd made a movie devoid of even the slightest bit of subtlety.
Okay, so what is this? Why does this exist? I'm going to have to say a bunch of unkind things, and there's really no way around that, because the observable facts are just prima facie unkind. Basically, it's impossible to engage with something like The Wall, even sarcastically or disingenuously, without leaving a lot of yourself on the table as a result. What you fixate on, what you think is silly, why you think it's silly, these are all revealing. And that's not to say that you need to love The Wall or even like The Wall or, you're a phony or a poser or shallow if you don't. It's just that defending that position is going to demand emotional honesty. For most critics, that's not a problem, but we'll see. The Nostalgia Critic,
We'll
aka the
see.
Critic, aka that guy with the
see.
glasses, is the brainchild of Doug Walker, an aspiring filmmaker from the suburbs of Chicago who in 2000.
That is the laziest fake hitting of a joint I've ever seen. It's not even lit.
What's he do? How's he? Is it an effect then?
No, he's just holding a
The
poorly.
brainchild of Doug Walker.
Like,
Oh, he's not. Oh, he's not even. Yeah, he's not even. Okay, so there's no.
Yeah, it's not lit. It doesn't even really look like a joint.
Yeah.
It's
Aspiring filmmaker from the suburbs of Chicago who in 2008 stumbled into an early online video success with the then nascent genre of angry reviews. The basic format, more or less unchanged in 13 years, involves a recap of the plot of a film interspersed.
What is this?
That
this?
is Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Yeah, yeah.
That's what I thought, and the only thing I wanted to
Video
say about
success
it
with
is,
the then nascent genre of
come
angry
on,
reviews.
show it again.
The basic.
That is not too far removed from MODOK in what was it, Quantum Mania?
Yeah.
I'm specifically talking about the movie version, Zoe. I'll just look it up real quick.
I didn't watch that.
No, it was.
I didn't
not
either. I
allowed.
just
Nobody
saw
did.
images.
It was one of the least successful.
Nobody did.
Yeah, yeah. No, it was
Like,
one of the least successful Marvel movies they have
like
ever
in case
done.
anyone isn't familiar, this is MODOK.
That's MODOK.
The
right.
giant head is because literally big brain. Like his brain
Right.
is so large, his head became enormous, and his body is atrophied as a result. This is
Right.
what MODOK looks like in the movie as a quote unquote live action character. And isn't that just the worst fucking thing you've ever seen?
It's almost like a parody. I wouldn't take
Yeah.
that seriously.
Is this character a villain, Teddy? Do you know?
Yeah. But he's actually, if you've seen the first Ant-Man movie, right? Remember what happened to the guy at the end of the bad guy?
I have seen the first Ant-Man, but I don't remember like a single detail.
Okay, well, the bald guy who got a yellow armor suit, right? That's him. Apparently, at the end of the movie, he did something to the device, and that made him just shrink, and not stop shrinking. Somehow he ended up in the quantum realm, and that's where he ended up somehow.
I would not assume this is a villain looking at this.
No. But that's not what he looks like when they first meet him, right? There's another picture of him. Look for go Ant-Man, Quantumania, MODOK mask. There he is. There. Right. Scroll down a bit. Right. No. Right there. That's how he looks when they first see him. He's wearing some kind of mask. Right. And then that comes off.
The face underneath is this grinning dipshit.
Yes.
With this shit-eating grin. Like, that does not look like a villain. That does not look intimidating. It does not look like MODOK.
So when he first shows up, he's got the face. Yeah.
This is actually dumber than MODAK.
Oh, you heard what that is, Zoe? That's Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think I've seen that before.
Yeah.
Let me look up what MODAK means.
Donald Trump Earth.
Mental organism designed as America's king. MODOK means mechanized organism designed only for killing.
Right. But they made a Donald Trump MODOK, and then there was also a Hulu series. Right, MODOK on Hulu. I think he was voiced by Patton Oswalt or something, and it was about MODOK, and it was animated by the Robot Chicken guys. Right.
You know what? The live action one is worse because this at least is a parody.
Yeah.
This is a joke.
Mm-hmm. So, but the thing is, MODOK in Ant-Man in Quantumania is not MODOK. He's not MODOK. He's not. He's not the same
that
character.
Doesn't look too far off right there.
No, it doesn't. This movie is so bizarrely bad. It is.
I've never seen it. I've heard of it.
right.
I
It's
think this is
after he did 2 Spy Kid movies. He then went on this was a project that was actually, I think he was, it was his kids. His kids were he's making movies like Dusk Till Dawn. He's making other movies, but then he has some kids, and he's like, I don't think my kids can even see my movies. So he's
Prime
like, I
Rib
should make
said.
some.
Prime Red said it looks like the dude on Pee Wee's Playhouse, the Modoc.
Yeah, but the he was like, my kids can't see my movies. I've made movies like they're so he made some movies his kids could see, which is Spy Kids, and then this movie was admittedly the story was kind of based on his kids' ideas. Shark Boy and Lava Girl, right? Shark Boy and Lava Girl. She's doing what she does, which is spit lava out of her hands. And Shark Boy,
But it's just face.
yeah.
Oh yeah, she is missing a face in this shot.
She's just squirting out of her hands. Just lava squirts out of her hands. That's her power. And Shark Boy, he's basically Aquaman. He just swims really fast, and I don't know, I guess he doesn't need to breathe underwater or whatever. Yeah, really bad.
Format, more or less unchanged in 13 years, involves a recap of the plot of a film interspersed with one-liners and skits, usually with the comedy predicated on slapstick reactions of either extreme confusion or extreme anger, or both.
7 million. Never leave the cave without it.
A bat credit card? They gave him a bat credit card? They had the balls to give one of the greatest superheroes of all time a bat credit card?
In September 2019, they published Nostalgia Critics.
That anger gag goes on for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, he's
It just
really,
keeps going,
really
going
upset about
and
Batman.
going.
He's really, really upset about Batman. Do you understand, Zoe? He's so upset about Batman having.
I get it, but
So
I think
She's meatwad right now. I get it. I ain't laughing, but I get it.
But so
yeah, that's exactly.
It became a thing though. But then later, Linkara made a video where he had the Nostalgia Critic on there. He's like, yeah, I want to talk about that bat credit card thing. He's like, yeah, isn't that the stupidest thing you've ever heard? And he's like, actually, it makes sense. What do you think, Batman carries cash on him? You think Batman carries cash on him?
You have to do paperwork and registry and horse shit to do a fucking credit card. It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Yeah, who is the credit card registered to?
Like, yes, it absolutely 100% would make sense that Batman would carry cash in his utility belt just in case he need. Doc Brown carried cash in a fucking suitcase from every fucking version of the United States, like every version of our currency. So yeah, I bet Batman's got like $5,000 stuffed in one of his little belt pockets. Because he doesn't beat the shit out of everybody he comes across. He has been shown to bribe before.
It also doesn't make sense because how does he pay the credit card bills? He can't do it as Bruce Wayne, otherwise that would give him away.
Linkara is a filthy cock slut.
The Wall, a 40
Hey, his words, not mine.
minute musical review featuring musician Corey Taylor, his son Griff Taylor, and the collaborative works of musician Rob Scallon and animator Fenna. The reception was not good.
All in all, it's just not
very funny at all.
No exaggeration. I'm not being facetious. I'm not trying to be a dick. This is the worst movie review I have ever seen.
When I first tried to watch Doug Walker's The Wall, this is what happened to my computer, so clearly it was trying to protect me.
This review has become somewhat notorious online because there is something deeply compelling about it.
The art house ego trip had fallen and slipped to the bargain bin for $3.93.
By the way, I recommend several of this guy's other videos. His videos on flat earthers is one of the best essays I've ever seen about flat earthers and what their beliefs all really boil down to. And his video about Ralph Bakshi is pretty damn interesting too. It's presented as being just about his Lord of the Rings, but really it's about his whole career.
Yeah.
But
Oh, I could tell you. I don't need to watch that. I can tell you what flat earthers, why they have the beliefs they do, because it's basically a cult. It's just an in-group thing. They don't actually really care about the shape of the earth or anything like that. It's
yes,
just
but it also connects, relates, and is born out of conspiracy theory, Christianity, and the QAnon thing.
well, flat Earth has been around before QAnon, but sure, if you believe in one conspiracy, you're much more likely to dive into others.
In
Yeah,
its current incarnation.
yeah. QAnon absorbed.
Not
Flat.
yeah.
QAnon's also got the
Right.
chemtrails and the Rockefellers, what Rothschild.
It's still a fascinating video, though, how he manages to easily show you all the connections between all these things and how ultimately what it boils down to is anti intellectualism and the fascism of the fucking QAnon shit, where, you know, Trump's going to lock up all his political enemies. It's going to happen any day now.
Sure. That's into the QAnons.
There is a tremendous amount of effort on
Except, unfortunately, we're getting closer and closer to that being a possibility. Come on, Kamala.
display, but it's also really lazy, if that makes any sense.
I'll visit
The
you in
priority
prison,
really seems
buddy.
to be in doing a lot.
What was that?
I'll visit you in prison, buddy.
No. If the maggots take over, you're gonna have to be hiding in an attic somewhere. I'm at least white.
Okay, well, we'll see.
Doing everything rather than doing any of it particularly well. And this is what's confusing. There's so much going on, so many collaborations, so many moving parts
There's
that
so
it
much
clearly
going on.
took time and energy and passion. An energy and passion that needs to be maintained on some level for the weeks and weeks that it takes to put all this together, but there's no evidence whatsoever of what was actually driving that. You don't just make something like this on accident in an afternoon. This would have taken weeks, if not months, to coordinate. The collaborations with Satellite City and Rob Scallon needed to be arranged. Corey Taylor and his son needed to come out to Chicago. The final version of the trial probably took 80 hours just to render, not even including blocking and animating. Then there's writing, recording, props, costumes, all of which you can cut a lot of corners on, and make no mistake, the corners here are extremely cut. But there's a floor. Certain things are still going to take all week, no matter how half you ask them. So on some level, you have to care. You have to care a lot to commit to this amount of work. And that passion, it can come from just
stop motion.
really
That
loving
stop
the
motion
wall,
thing is only
or
seen
just
for-
really
Yeah,
hating.
that stop motion would have taken a fucking long ass time to do just by itself.
And we only see it for a brief second when he makes a point about it. It's almost like they started the project and then they were like, you know what? We got another guy who makes CGI creatures to collaborate with us. So, you know what? Let's never mind on that. Because they did create an animated, the Doug's face coming out of the wall. Right? But that's it.
Yeah.
Just that quick effect. There's like 2 effects that looks like he had somebody actually draw. And then
Yeah.
it was like, okay, because I don't know. There was a lot going on. There's a lot going on with this.
The wall, or feeling like you have a lot of stuff to say about it, but it's got to come from somewhere. In the middle, Doug does an ad for the companion album that they were selling for money that Doug describes as a love letter to Pink Floyd and their music.
For
and
money.
It's just
This is just such a love letter to Pink Floyd's music and The Wall, and you can download the album in the link below.
so hollow as a pitch because the product, the thing that we're watching and listening to,
The art house ego trip.
is extremely clearly not a love letter to Pink Floyd and is dominated by someone who, based on the words being said, doesn't know much about Pink Floyd at all in the first place and really doesn't like what they do know. Doug doesn't seem to understand The Wall on even a surface level and really just doesn't appear to care much about The Wall one way or another, sort of. There is at no point any sense that Doug has a personal relationship to the material. Based off the depth of Doug's commentary, it reads very much like the opinion of someone who watched The Wall for the first time after already committing to do a full recreation and then didn't particularly enjoy it and wasn't really able to digest it because the whole viewing went through the filter of looking for ideas for the recreation. The commentary is extremely shallow while also being deeply petty and mean. But then also, the longer you go into the review, the further it drifts from being about The Wall, and the more it becomes a showcase for Doug's own unrelated opinions. There's no clear sense of what viewpoints the various characters are supposed to represent. The critic is used to voice.
Yeah, he goes off on his own tangent about his own hashtag, whatever the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah, it's a big non sequitur in the review. It has nothing to do with the topic at hand. It's just suddenly I'm going to bitch about how people reacted to the hashtag change the channel.
And everyone's calling me a Nazi. I'm a Nazi. I'm going to wear, then he puts on a Nazi uniform.
Well, okay, you know, if we're going to talk about Doug Walker being a Nazi, just going to pull something up real quick.
No, don't tell me he actually has some sort of like racial issue.
I mean, haven't you ever wanted to rule your own nation?
Does SimCity count?
This is our chance to finally have power, to create an empire unlike any other.
But it's only an acre of land. What can we do with an
Admittedly though, I do think this bit is actually pretty funny.
acre of land?
What can we do with an acre of land? Well, people, what may start as just a small acre of land will blossom into something larger than any of us can
Oh,
possibly.
for fuck's sake, get to the thing. Okay.
You know, there's another group of people that thought like you, Linkara, and they were called Nazis. They were closed-minded, hate-filled people that just want everything their way. Are you a Nazi, Linkara?
No.
Are you a Nazi, Linkara? No. Is anyone a Nazi around here?
See.
The reason that this is so funny to me is because he's French, like very, very French. And that look, like you fucking better not be a Nazi.
See. Good. Now let me tell you about a group of people that didn't give up. They were called Nazis. They had a crazy plan too, eh? Fucking nuts. But you know what? They got pretty far, didn't they? Because they were dedicated. And strong. A lot of people said they were crazy. What? They said they were crazy. So that gives us another advantage, doesn't it? Think about it. First, we take Molossia, and then the neighbors down the street. And then their neighbors. And then their neighbors. And then their neighbors. Till we build a military force so gigantic that nobody will be able to stop us. And then we go global. First, we start with Texas. Then Canada. Then France. And then whatever other nation stands in our way. And then... Pudding? Go! And don't you let anyone tell you that you can't do it. So what are you people? A Nazi? Or Nazi? By the way,
That's just so fucked up. I love it. Oh, Fatty's got another video failing at
Oh.
Alone in the Dark. Whoopee.
Voice multiple different stances, being both critic, audience surrogate, creator surrogate, narrator, and protagonist. But then all of those are caked in various layers of sarcasm that make it really difficult to parse what the message is actually supposed to be. The whole of it is just very unclear. The commentary, when it's not completely off topic, waffles between faint praise like, well, I guess the song is kind of rad, and really performatively cruel stuff like calling the creators clout-chasing fakes. None of it feels like the kind of good-natured ribbing you'd get from actually invested fans who are making fun of a thing that they love. What's missing at the core is any sense of motivation.
But that's it? We're stopping there?
Well, yeah, the movie did.
I didn't even get a line. Hell, I didn't even sing a song. What'd you even think of the movie?
Well, the movie ended on such an open vagueness that only makes sense that the review end on such an open vagueness.
You get to the end and have no idea why this was the form this product should take. Why make a straight reproduction of pretty much 50% of the entire film? Why make a complete companion album? Why put this much effort into a video about a subject that you just don't seem to have any substantive opinions on at all? And why put all this effort into this concept for this specific movie?
I liked it fine.
Yeah, me too.
A little full of itself, but good music and imagination.
Fair enough.
And having these questions afterwards is very bizarre when you're talking about a review, something that is, theoretically at least, predicated entirely on, talking about your opinions. And this is where we need to accept the reality that this isn't really a review. It's not a parody, it's not a commentary, and it's not a spoof. It's barely even about The Wall. It's honestly closer to fan fiction in a way. Doug wants to be a filmmaker. He wants to make art, but he can't because he's a fundamentally incurious person who isn't much interested in what other people think or feel, and all his ideas boil down to, what if Batman met Mario?
Slapstick focuses on the most important rule of comedy, that all comedy in one way or another is based on misery. With little to no dialogue, quickly identifiable characters, and nothing but chases. People see it as classic because it's so minimal and yet so interesting. It says so much with just a few clever choices. Fury Road is the same way.
He is YouTube's own homegrown Tommy Wiseau or Neil Breen, complete with the same unwillingness to learn how a camera works.
Hey, so you invited me up here. What you want to do?
Just watch TV.
You invited me up here to literally watch TV?
I'm a successful musician with millions. How can you expect me to be happy?
It has that same heady mix of incompetence and ego that is...
That's another seriously, did you watch the movie or not? Because what happens there is the guy is fucking fried and he just goes back to being fried as soon as he sits down. And while the chick's trying to seduce him, he fucking snaps and starts attacking her and shattering and destroying everything in the fucking room with him.
Right.
It's
It
not.
also just doesn't make.
Go
It
ahead.
also just doesn't make sense. Because certainly, he's aware of rich people and celebrities who have hated their lives. Some even may have even taken their own.
Oh, I'm a successful millionaire. How can you expect me to be happy? Yeah.
Right. It does. It's so divorced from common knowledge. He has to know he's wrong.
It's extremely shallow. It implies that he sees money as happiness.
Yeah.
Like they're just interchangeable ideas in his head.
I guess.
But yes, it is divorced from reality and just I don't know. A lot of the things he says in the actual review, it really comes off like, man, you have just had everything taken care of for you in life, haven't you? You just don't understand how somebody can be broken at all.
Right.
either by drugs or a failed relationship or the fucking weight of success.
It's he doesn't seem to get why the guy is singing about the song, why it's there. He thinks it's like just complaining. He thinks it's complaining. That's what he calls it anyway, right? Does he feel this way about all sad music? Right? Is you know? Did he say in the
Maybe.
song?
Does he not? Maybe he. I don't know. Maybe he does his emotions differently, so he just can't understand why someone would feel that way.
Yeah, probably. That's where I get from.
The only defense he's ever offered on it is laughing it off like, "Oh no, people on the internet were making fun of me," and then saying like something to the degree of, "I get what they're saying, but I know what I was trying to do." But then he doesn't elaborate at all on that.
He doesn't.
Like, I really, really want to hear an extended, like, this is what I was going for with it. Because maybe there is something brilliant, deep, deep, deep below the surface of this that we're just not seeing.
Something we're not seeing. Maybe.
Absolutely intoxicating to talk about. So much of the actual content is predicated on readings of the material that are just wildly wrong, and yet so absolutely confident in their delivery. Doug decided to accuse an 80-minute movie of being too long and padded, and then didn't even flinch as he sandwiched that between a rant about people being mean to him on Twitter and an 8-minute argument with a busty nightmare squirrel. And it's that element, that deeply misplaced sense of confidence, that really just makes nostalgia critics The Wall captivating. Like The Room, it's a deeply cynical product made by a fundamentally untalented man, bored by the idea of personal growth, building so many layers of self-protective irony that it becomes unintentionally revealing.
You mean like The Room?
No.
Yes.
Shut up. Doug is utilizing The Wall as a showcase for his own ideas, his own lyricism, his own jokes, his own singing. The video is him strutting his stuff as a filmmaker. So while some of it is
I have gone the whole time without bringing this up, but I can't ignore it anymore. The way he does the Frightened Ones masks is just atrocious. I don't know what those are. I don't know how they were made, but they're just bad.
I think he had some kind of thing, a round piece of plastic that he just happened to have several of, that he could like drill a couple holes in, and it's terrible. It's terrible.
It probably bugs me more than it would bug more people because I actually painted a painting that's inspired by the Frightened Ones.
Yeah.
And I just really love the imagery of them, but he just, I don't know.
Yeah.
If this was just shown to me without any context, like I didn't know this was supposed to be from The Wall, I probably wouldn't even identify these as the Frightened Ones. I would identify these maybe as like poorly done minions, a really awful attempt at making the Rocketeer mask, maybe. I don't know.
You ever played Mega Man Legends? The little minion bad guys. It reminds me of them.
I don't think I ever did play that one, no.
They're too smooth and
They
hard.
have basically like Lego heads.
It also kind of looks like
Lego heads. Yeah,
a
they look like
Mario
Lego heads.
enemy.
Yeah.
There's
If
like
they
a
had a
Mario
little
enemy that's got a
peg on top, they would be Lego heads, right? Because they are. That's kind of what they are.
about The Wall. For the most part, the further you get into it, the more it shifts to just being about Doug. This is a bit of a struggle to describe, which is why I'm kind of repeating myself over and over, but it makes sense when you see it.
Oh, and I'm only assuming if anybody out there is like, you dumbass, I'm only assuming those are the considered the frightened ones because I went looking for the faceless ones, which is what I thought they were called, and I couldn't get any results on Google till I changed it to the frightened ones. Because I was showing my painting to somebody and they asked if it was inspired by the Screamer, and it partially is, but it's mostly inspired by them.
A bunch of it is just disconnected Weird Al style parody songs about things that grind Doug's gears, and the parts that are about the wall are, more often than not, so off base that you would believe the entire thing was created from decades old memories if it weren't for the granular details that are included. It's not Doug Walker's review of the wall, it's just Doug Walker's version of the wall. So let's talk about some specifics.
Is this like what you expected to see?
Doug's parody of Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 is an immediate standout to people as just one of the worst things they've put in their brains that they didn't find on Rotten.com.
That's a dated reference. Hey, chat, any of you remember or even know Rotten.com? Because I don't think it exists anymore. I think it redirects to like Gorgrish or Documenting Reality, I think.
Hey, show. Teach us not by accident.
Restyled as We Need More Victimization, the song is simultaneously a criticism calling the wall whiny, engaging in bizarre whataboutism, and a thinly veiled rant about online culture war nonsense, a subject that will crop up a few times throughout the video. Most of the substance of this is contained in Doug's inexplicable Dracula impression.
Welcome to high school. With all the teachers of
Dracula voice.
teach you something, but they don't. They just want to eat you up because they're evil blood-sucking vampires.
How do you think H.P. Lovecraft would feel about his shirt being black?
Yeah, like black shirts.
Nobody got that joke.
I got it. That's
Right?
funny.
Yeah, I knew he was a racist guy.
Yeah, H.P. Lovecraft didn't like black people, like at all.
Right.
He didn't
Doug's
like
argument
many
here
people.
is that everyone
Yeah,
thinks
he actually had a Jewish wife, and he told her, "You're not one of those mongrels anymore."
sucks, that opinion isn't special or noteworthy or substantive, that the wall is just dunking on school because it's a popular opinion with teenagers, and the bizarre whataboutism of pointing out funding issues with the American public education system while throwing in some stale jabs about school teaching algebra instead of car maintenance.
Do you know what we teach in these walls?
How to fix a car, pay your taxes, ace an interview, perform first aid, manage your insurance, cook healthy meals, or do household repairs.
Preposterous. We pay other people to do those things. We teach important things you need to know in life, like algebra.
No one educated system broke. Everybody's so school sucks.
Now, at the surface level here, it just needs to be said, Doug is transparently imposing his own experience of school in 1980s, 1990s suburban Illinois on Waters' experiences in primary school in the 1950s and 60s in England. So just at a very fundamental level, this doesn't work because it's a complete non sequitur. It's a response to Another Brick in the Wall that's so off topic that misses the mark by such a wide mile that it's clear he just wasn't paying attention. More than that, though, what interests me here is the way that this version is an argument in support of the status quo. Like, let's talk about the grim cowardice of school helps you get a job.
These are the part of my secret plan to make sure you're more likely to get a job when you're older.
Like, okay, let me back up a bit and illustrate the problem here. The roots of public education are split between two major motivators, the first being philosophical and the second being industrial. The philosophical argument is that knowledge is inherently valuable and it is a moral good for society to educate everyone, that a society with a widespread familiarity with the physical sciences, mathematics, ethics, literature, and the arts is a more inventive society and a more ethical society. The industrial argument is that school should exist to prepare you to work. This is rooted in the real history of much of public education, as early efforts to expand public education were driven by industrialists whose growing empires needed more specialized laborers to do the work of middle management, which mostly means accounting. The idea, from their perspective, was you could convince the government to teach everyone the reading, writing, and arithmetic needed to do the job, which would make it easier to fill all the positions needed, lower training costs, and drive down the price of math and literacy-based labor. This second argument has had a lot of power and influence over the shape of education in the last 2 centuries, and is still alive and well today. There is a tremendous amount of ongoing debate in education circles about the balance between raw theory and the pragmatic modern reality of labor. There's tons of people who will argue that we should really have 2 school tracks so that students who just aren't that interested in math and Shakespeare, who think algebra is useless, can go watch Amazon training videos for a couple years and get right to work in the fulfillment warehouse. The criticism, which
and then you've got people like Jared who are just flat out anti-education altogether.
Yep.
Not good for anybody.
Right.
Waters is directly engaging with in Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 is that this arrangement, school as a pipeline to industry, means that what is taught in school and how it is taught will be dictated by industrialists, by corporations. The school system, then, becomes nothing but a systematic reshaping of children into ideal workers, obedient, compliant, and narrowly trained in only what is needed for the job. It is a reduction of people to exploitable labor, to uniform bricks in a wall. It is critical of the fundamental ordering of society. Why should these institutions, rampant with abuse and steered by corporate ghouls, be given so much power over us? Why, especially, should they be given so much power over children? This is all part of the multi-layered metaphor of the wall. There is the autobiographical element placed in the specifics of English primary school in the 1950s and 60s, and the way that those experiences shaped Waters into the adult he became, which then serves as a means to criticize the existence of the system itself. Because the abuses he suffered, the physical violence of beating children who failed in the rote recitation of number tables, were systematized and took place within a system that was at best indifferent and at worst approving. This continues to resonate with people to this day because regardless of whether or not corporal punishment has been abolished and more idealistic pedagogies have prevailed, institutionalized school is still an institution and will never be an unalloyed good. It will always be vulnerable to corruption, to abuse, to manipulation, and the question of whose agenda is served by the structure and material must remain an eternal debate. So, yeah, I feel confident that Doug's argument here just isn't very well formed. It's unclear, shallow, and doesn't actually engage with the question. D-.
Wait, time out. Is this really a World War II reference?
No, it's just a bunch of kids being herded onto a train to a horrible, torturous building. Oh.
Yeah, we're really comparing this to high school?
Following We Need More Victimization is an extended skit where Doug, dressed as the critic, defends the wall from criticism.
No, it's just meant to look weird and creepy. They're not implying bad.
The critic is positioned as the rube. His defenses are clearly meant to be hollow and weak. The problem is that the accusations he's sarcastically defending the movie against only hold weight based on Doug's own shallow misreading of everything else up to this point. In The Wall, Pink, as a child hiding in a train tunnel, sees school children as faceless blobs crowded into cattle cars and envisions himself too becoming faceless. This is the beginning of the happiest days of our lives, which is effectively just the intro to Another Brick in the Wall Part 2, during which the faceless children are fed into a meat grinder. So the more immediate imagery is a slaughterhouse. Is that, in part or by extension, also a Holocaust reference? Yeah, it is. It is a World War II reference, because much of the album and movie are about the after effects of that war. It's not an abstract concept that's just being name dropped for aesthetic symmetry. It's a real event that people lived through. And The Wall is in no small part a reflection on growing up in the shadow of that and reflecting on the value of it, or more specifically, the lack thereof. The statement is that the inhumanity of the system, its goals and methods, are ultimately homoousian, of the same stuff as the inhumanity that leads a system to load humans into cattle cars. That comparison is only inappropriate if, 1, you think the message is simply school sucks, and 2, you've been ignoring the role of World War II within the film up to this point.
Oh, come on, they're just saying school sucks. They're not making any connections to that. Now let's go on to the next song that talks about the horrors of World War II. Oh, crap.
See.
It's just a coincidence, maybe. I don't know.
As those of you familiar with The Wall may have noticed, this is all out of order because the joke doesn't work if you do it in order. Doug's joke is a setup for his version of Goodbye Blue Sky, retooled as So Long Weird Song. Originally, this is all the other way around. Goodbye Blue Sky leads into the train tunnel, which segues into Another Brick in the Wall Part 2. The reason that matters is because originally the imagery of Goodbye Blue Sky is the setup for later imagery. Gerald Scarfe's powerful visualization of the war, and specifically the Blitz, as a psychological force that scarred the collective psyche of the people as deeply as it scarred the land and the bodies of soldiers. Like, I cannot stress this enough. Goodbye Blue Sky is one of the most potent pieces of filmmaking I've ever seen. It is ruinously effective at using its imagery to convey the sheer scale of damage and waste that the war represents. It's grim and haunting and very important as a foundation for what follows. In So Long Weird Song, Doug asks if World War II with monsters is too silly for a movie that also complains about how high school bites. If World War II with monsters too silly. Oh, Roger Waters, did you ever wonder why these images of slaughter faded in a film that also sings about how high school bites? Which, of course, again, is predicated on that actually being the message, which it isn't, and indulges in a deeply misplaced level of literalism by describing the sequence as World War II with monsters, as though this were a direct-to-video Pacific Rim sequel. Now, this kind of literalism is a pretty regular part of Doug's normal bit. It just really falls apart here. It's one thing when it's aimed at corporate franchise schlock aimed at kids, but it just really obviously misplaced and inappropriate when applied to a deeply earnest piece of art that is overtly symbolic, unapologetically symbolic in its attempt to communicate what this real event that really happened felt like to live through. He also calls the song Oscar bait, which is funny because it's both literally wrong, Goodbye Blue Sky wasn't eligible for an Oscar in the first place, and also because it's such a deep insult that it's really revealing. So, Oscar bait song, smoke a bong and it will feel less wrong. Now, I don't actually think Doug was literally calling the song Oscar bait. I don't think he thinks that they were specifically playing towards the Academy, but I do think that he thinks The Wall is spiritually Oscar bait, which is to say insincere. The capstone here, for me, is the replacement animation, which is, first of all, just visually awful and cheap in a way that would be considered subpar for 2007. And second, is just so petty and mean that this is what makes it very funny when Doug calls his album a love letter to Pink Floyd. The Imperial Eagle is labeled Ego, and the Frightened Ones are labeled Self content, self-content. I honestly can't tell if that's supposed to be content or content because neither really makes sense.
Neither make
I
any
think he's
sense,
saying
right.
ego
Neither make
is
any
the
sense.
destroyer of
Ego is
self-content. Like
misinterpreted.
Roger Waters' dissatisfaction is not the result of any real
His
problems,
ego,
but is a
right.
product of his own ego?
Ego?
That would parse because the lyrics of the song do directly address Roger Waters, and later a cloud labeled My Problems grows flowers of pity and then blasts another cloud labeled Other People's Problems.
Yeah. The pity flowers under the.
It was right about this part when
This
I
is-
watched the original review where I was like, man, I don't like this. This is just bad. It's what he said. It's extremely mean spirited.
Mhm. He does not get no pity flowers around. Fucking pity flowers.
Sorry, did you want to say something, Zoe?
Um, on the review itself, this one dives in a lot into deeper things for sure, and I liked how it insulted him at the start, but this is just dragging on and on.
Yeah, it's a little too long. It is longer than.
Yeah, to the point where, right, we're having large gaps of us even saying things because of it, because it's just dragging on and on.
It's true, but that's because this is a full-on video essay, not really a review, and there's so much
Sure,
to unpack.
I'm not saying
here.
it's. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad. It's just never ending.
Yeah, he's
It
going
is
to.
long.
You
I'll go
wanna-
ahead and skip to the ending.
Oh, the
Actually, no, we don't need to watch that. But yeah, the ending is funny as hell.
Yeah, there he
At
is.
Dan. This is him making fun of Nostalgia Critic's constant use of his fake gun with the bad special effect.
Movie. This
and the tendency to just introduce characters into these channel awesome videos that have no setup.
Album is something that Doug feels is worth this much effort. It's a baffling product. But wait, holy crap, it's long-running character Hat Dan, the Dan with a hat. But what did you really think about it? I guess I liked it fine. A little full of itself, but they put in a lot of effort. Yeah. Yeah.
That's great. That's great. Fabulous. I like how he's partially cut off there. Like he doesn't even care that the green screen is cutting off part of his arm. Yeah, that's fine. Don't care. He's got a stupid head. I love that. The half-assedness of it is amazing.
I really like the ending of that Bakshi video too, where he rotoscopes himself.
He's a really good.
That was a really
guy.
nice ending.
Now this last video is Doug Walker responding to him. He actually gets put on the spot on a show called Double Toasted, and they play a clip of Folding Ideas and have him react to it. So
This is the thing I mentioned earlier, where this is the best defense he was able to come up with.
Right, and this is going to be a nice closure for the thing. Right?
What's it like when you get around to other harsher forms of criticisms? You know, like one of the videos that you got, I guess,
and we watched
criticized
almost
for the
all
most
of
was your review for Pink Floyd's The Wall.
Did watch it. That's the jar video. That's the. I think we pretty much watched all those. But even if we didn't, it doesn't matter.
Well, we didn't watch EDP, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Wall. Tons of fans out there of that film, tons of Pink Floyd fans out there. You know, that came in, that one was where people really did go out their way to make videos.
There is no soul behind those eyes.
Yeah. Oh my God. That face.
I had my pause button ready because I remembered the first time you see him, it's like looking at a mannequin.
He looks he looks like an action figure or one of those those WWE action figures where the likeness is really good, but it's just this blank kind of look on their face. Yeah, yeah.
It's just so empty. That smile is so empty.
Videos critiquing you critiquing the wall. Here's one from here, folding ideas. They came in to review your video of your critique of the wall.
What's missing at the core is any sense of motivation. You get to the end and have no idea why this was the form this product should take. Why make a straight reproduction of pretty much 50% of the entire film? Why make a complete companion album? Why put this much effort into a video about a subject that you just don't seem to have any substantive opinions on at all? And why put all this effort into this concept for this specific movie?
So there's a lot of ways that people could
So
come
why?
out and take
His
this kind of
question is why.
criticism.
Said so many mean things.
Well, you know,
Okay, wait.
for
Back
a
it up.
video
When
like
he
this,
first
what
starts to make that noise, the dude stops and he's like, "What is he doing?" Right? He seems a little weird.
there's a lot of ways that people could come out and take this kind of criticism.
He's like, you
Yeah.
he's like, wait. That look on his face is like, wait, what is he doing? Like,
Well, you know, for a video like this, what a lot of people could come in, they could take it different ways. So some people could come in, they could be offended. Some people could come away saying, "All right, you know what? Maybe I didn't have a full grasp on that subject." Some people could even come in and take it from an egotistical standpoint. Well, you know what? To hell with that guy. Hey, they're talking about me. So, you know, no matter what they're saying, it's still about me.
Right.
And there's many other ways in between that to take.
okay, so he gave three
how did you
possible
take this?
ways of it. How is he going to take it? I think he's going to take it the egotistical way. Because literally, he just spelled it out. You could take it like, okay, I fucked up. Maybe I need to analyze this. Or you could just take it the analytical way, like, that's me, and that's how it is. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he does.
Well, and I think you really nailed it there too. There's so many ways you can take, and I don't know. To me, I know you can be like insulted as someone that doesn't, like the work I put out there. First of all, I've been doing this 14 years. Majority of them get praise. I mean, if I'm gonna get upset, this one really, a lot of people didn't like it. I'm so fucking lucky. I mean, to be in this field where it's like, oh no, one that people really didn't like. But no, it's kind of like what we were talking about before, where even if somebody doesn't like it, they're still talking about it. I mean, so I'm talking about how a review can be like its own work of art.
The kitty cat.
The same way, I mean, what that guy was saying sounded very intelligent. It sounded like he knew, had a real passion for it and enjoyed talking about. A review of a review can also be its own work of art. I mean, that's really what I want to kind of get going. Now, for me, I like the review because I know what I was talking about, but I don't think I.
Oh, I know what I'm talking about. That's
Yeah, backed
what
it up. That backed it up. He really, I love that he gets all about it too.
Of art. I mean, that's really what I want to kind of get going. Now, for me, I like the review because I know what I was talking about, but I don't think I made it very clear because I wanted to be experimental like the film was, because I really liked the film. And I think my whole idea was sort of comparing like the experiencing that film as a young man, like I did when I was younger. I was just very, wow, this is a mind-blowing film. Holy smokes, the world's your oyster kind of thing. And then kind of as a cynical...
There's a what? As a young man, the world is your oyster kind of thing?
Experiencing that film as a young man, like I did when I was younger. I was just very, wow, this is a mind-blowing film. Holy smokes, the world's your oyster kind of thing.
Holy smokes. Holy smokes, the world is your oyster.
How do you come out of the wall thinking the world is your oyster?
Holy smokes, the world is your oyster. Who says holy smokes? What the hell is that?
The world is not an oyster, it's a vampire.
The world is a vampire.
And then kind of as a cynical adult, like looking back, it's like, oh, what's he complaining about? God, everything's so black and white. There's literally cartoons
not an
of
oyster.
everything and stuff. And finding that in between where it's
The
kind
world
of
is a
like the pros or the
So he just wait a minute. He just confirmed what everybody thought about him.
Oysters are
cons, the world's your oyster kind of thing. And then kind of as a cynical adult, like looking back, it's like, oh, what's he complaining about? God, everything's so black and white. There's literally cartoons of everything and stuff. And
That is what everybody was accusing him of having done, was just being so not self-aware and not aware of other people for that matter, that he just sees it all as whining.
Yep. He just sees it as whining because he doesn't understand artistic expression. The guy's sad. And he's just a whiner.
Finding
had a
that
hard life.
in between where it's kind of like the pros are the cons are the pros, and it creates something that's really.
Is that a big fuck all dildo in the back left?
No. What's that? The
blue
big blue
thing.
thing? Yeah. I'm going to say yes without knowing. It might be a flashlight.
obviously,
What else could that be?
I'm going to say that's a Smurf flashlight.
Raw
What is it?
and
This
really
is a
inspiring
printer
and really
here. He's got a
fascinating, and you
big-ass
can
printer.
read different things into it. So I think I was trying to do something along those lines with the review to also be experimental, because I liked how he experimented in that movie.
Yeah,
but there's
he
still
did.
people that look at it say, I'm still angry you didn't like The Wall. I'm like, I'm sorry, the point where I look at the camera and I say I like The Wall 3-0. but that is
that was a fake laugh if I've ever seen
say
one.
I like The Wall 3-0.
His eyes aren't smiling at all. They look pained.
But that's still on me, because when you take a gamble, you're gonna win or you're gonna lose, and that's something where, I mean, financially we won because a lot of people check it out. There's always someone saying go.
Oh no, ultimately financially you lost, because that review is that's the moment that your views started to drop down into the tens of thousands instead of the hundreds of thousands to millions.
Yeah.
So that review fucked you hard.
Yeah.
Watch this YouTube and hate it, this video and hate it. It's like, oh no, don't do that. Don't give us the money. but no, you want people to look at and like it and enjoy your work, and you want to try and spread ideas and joy and stuff. And that one obviously got really taken in a direction that I was not intending, but that's part of putting yourself out there. Again, there's something to being a critic. There's a line in Ratatouille. You've seen that movie.
I forgot about that. He's like fucking Jared. He takes his inspirational quotes from shit meant for like little kids. Like, there's this really great quote from Ratatouille that I always come back to.
He's always and he always correlates something. He's like, Citizen Kane. You know what Citizen Kane's like? It's like a Foghorn Leghorn cartoon. You know what I'm saying? It's like
I don't think he ever actually said that, but
no,
he might have.
He's always like that. He's
when it's
the hell you.
I'm just saying the Pixar movie, right? The critic has a really great speech at the end. And one of the lines that really stuck out to me, he said, "We risk very little as a critic," and that always stuck out to me. And I remember that
we risk very little as a critic. No,
and that stuck out to him, is that you risk very little as a critic. What's it? What?
When it's your livelihood, you risk a lot if you make something that's as abysmal as the fucking video that you put out. And this idea that he's putting forward that most of them are liked, by this point, they weren't. There were a lot of people leaving Doug in droves. It's just this one is what like completely tipped over the bucket.
Get a lot of attention. There were people
You know,
who
even
had
though
looked
I
at
love
people looked at his videos, who hadn't looked at his videos in a while. They were like, "What? I heard Doug Walker. What? You know what I mean?"
Yeah, but then they immediately left again.
Oh, sure. They weren't long term views. They were just views on this one video, and then it was a bit of a phenomenon because, with his final notes on the reviews of the review, is that there are just so many of them. I've never seen anybody review somebody else's review like this, right? I mean,
Yeah,
even with
neither have I.
Ralph Movie Maker and his terrible review of Joker, there was not then additional people reviewing his review of Joker. It was like, you know what, he's stupid. You know, I have seen a bunch of people talking about
Right.
Red Letter Media videos, similar, but it's usually like they like it, right?
I mean, there's that recent thing where Mike criticized people for being too obsessed with a show that they hate.
Mhm.
The Acolyte, you know, if you
Yeah,
hate it
yeah,
this
yeah,
much, fucking stop watching it, unsubscribe to Disney Plus, and stop watching all the new
Yeah.
Star Wars stuff if you hate all the new Star Wars stuff.
yeah, yeah.
I totally agree with him. Like, just, just don't watch things if you don't like it. That not only will that show in because if you watch it, they assume you liked it first of all, because it's
Yep.
another watch on because they record every single one. They know every account that watched everything. So so not only does it make it appear to be more of a success, and it is because you did watch it, but on top of it, you only encourage them to make more of it by doing that. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
And they really didn't like his statement of like he looked at how many of these long form videos there are pissing and moaning about the Acolyte and saying there are starving children in Africa, and a lot of them taking that literally as that's the only thing he means, and not that that's just an example of a there are bigger things to worry about in life than a
Yes.
shitty Star Wars show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
Yeah, like he
Like,
could have
don't
been
you have a
like any
yard to
number of things.
mow?
Right, right. Any number of things, right?
Maybe the dog needs a bath. Maybe you need to look in that Tupperware that's been sitting in the fridge for you can't quite remember how long.
Or you know what they could just do? They could just do something that they actually enjoy.
Yeah, go watch
If
the
that
movies with the video games. Fucking
or
go jack off.
or explore new things, and if you don't like those, then explore more new things, and eventually you'll find things you like. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
have to hold on to Star Wars forever. You don't have to consume every single Star Wars thing. It's insane.
Yeah. Well, I see there were people who were rewatching PewDiePie, right? And Dark Side Phil. Dark Side Phil has had people like watch his videos about a thing, right?
I can't watch his videos. They make my fucking blood pressure rise.
But I mean, as far as watching somebody else's review of another thing, I've never seen anything like this thing. You
Wait,
know?
doesn't Viagra work by raising your blood pressure? Maybe if I would like watch Dark Side Phil before a sex session, I could do
It
some like
was,
really
yeah.
hardcore.
Yeah, I believe Viagra was
So you're saying Dark Side
discovered
Phil gets
looking
you hard?
for
I'm
blood.
saying he could get my blood pressure high enough to get like a steel boner that will, you know, lead to some Pound Town stuff.
You heard it here, folks. He gives Dark
Dark
Side
Side
Phil
Phil
Dark
gives me a
gives him a steel ball.
throbbing erection.
Yeah, yeah.
I
There you go.
want
There you
I
go.
want to stick 3 of my fingers up Darkseid Phil's ass while deep throating his dick and balls at the same time and tweaking his nipple with the hand that isn't fingering his ass.
Thank you for telling the truth.
Yeah.
So yeah, Viagra
Clip
was
that.
originally a blood pressure medication, originally used to treat pulmonary hypertension or high blood pressure in the blood vessels that supply.
Oh, that would mean that it lowers your blood pressure.
Right, and for some reason it also gave people a rock hard erection, and they were like, "What? Okay." And then there was the secondary purpose for it, right? Originally to treat hypertension, but secondary feature, secondary side effect turned out to be much more lucrative.
Well, Men in Black 3 told us what really happened. The Viagrans had a revolutionary new medicine for us.
The Viagrans came here.
I love talking about ideas and stuff like that. There is almost a legit point to that because you kind of give your opinion and someone can either agree with you or disagree with you. I like the idea of putting something out there that is also a production, that I'm putting something out there that can also be reviewed. It's not something that's, oh, it's bulletproof because, it's a review. No, it can also be critiqued. The visuals can be critiqued. The ideas can be critiqued. The characters, the dialogue, the music as well. So for me,
Magicus, if you're out there, don't get too skinny. You might end up looking like him.
Yeah. Don't
You
try
have
to lose
similar
weight.
shaped heads and you're both kind of pale. You don't want to look like this guy.
No, don't do it.
For people to get that passionate and talk about it, do you hope it's something they like? Yes, but even if it's something that they're just getting so passionate and they feel it's worth talking about, that to me is elevating what reviews can be and should be, which is a form of art, whether it's good art or bad art. So I personally don't take offense at something like that. I'm glad they're talking about it. I'm glad they're critiquing a critique. Like that's, I don't know, maybe I'm a simple guy, but that's amazing to me. Like
By all accounts, you are a very simple guy.
He's a simple guy.
And this guy knows that too. Look at him.
Yeah,
My
he knows.
pause game is on point tonight.
He knows.
I don't know, 14 years ago, I was living with my folks and I was doing this, little, I'm the nostalgia critic, and nobody knew who I was. Nobody would care what I say. Now,
Oh, he interviewed Jenny Nicholson. I should watch that sometime. She's funny as hell.
Yeah.
I've always had this like head canon that she is Mr. Plakett's great granddaughter. Just unofficially, the Red Letter Media guys don't even know this, but she is the great granddaughter of Mr. Plinkett. She says she's secretly named Jenny Nicholson Plinkett. Jenny Nicholson is a stage name.
when I do a video, there's other videos talking about it.
Also, that video when she got the
porg,
yes, the gigantic porg that's bigger than her. That's one of the fucking most adorable things I've ever seen. She's so happy.
Fucking porgs, man.
And to me, that's saying, okay, reviewing.
She really liked the
has
porgs.
really reached a point where it is becoming like this work of art that can also be talked about, and that's more important to me than like my ego being bruised.
Oh, was your ego bruised? I think it was. Okay, right. I think it's a pretty good place to stop. We have dug deep with the wall. And this video is just like YMS reacting to Doug on Double Toasted, right? So it can...
I'm sorry it took so long for me to notice that you said that, but Armsy has a great cap joke for the Darkseid Phil thing. She says, Ark literally has a hate boner for the guy.
Yeah, literally do. We got the smoking pumpkin over here too. Finally, somebody chatted the smoking
we did
pumpkin.
a 4-hour and 7-minute show this week.
Yeah. It's a long ass fucking talking about the goddamn wall again, revisiting.
Well, I
reviewing
needed it. It's been a week.
it.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
never do this again.
Oh, now next week let's watch this stream and review our review of the reviews of the review.
There you go. That
Oh
now you're
God,
thinking.
no.
I'm gonna give us 5 stars right off the bat because we're awesome. I think that's where.
My favorite out of all of them, my two favorite are the guy with the unibrow. That was very
Fantastic.
well put together. And I love the folding ideas one because goddamn is he articulate and getting his point across. It is a little long winded, but it is because there is so much to unpack there as far as trying to examine what the hell Doug Walker's mindset was. Because we didn't even talk about the part where he's just oblivious to why the fascist scene get him up against the wall and pointing out the extreme differences between like what he's saying and what's actually being put in the movie or the album or the stage show.
Yeah. Well, I really like the one where the guy was forced to watch the thing, which turned out to be tied in with the unibrow guy, right?
I'll call that one number 3 just because that was such a funny, genuine reaction. I'd be curious to watch that as like a full video.
he really, no one was quite as visibly tortured by the video as he was.
The worst was Makeup Guy.
Oh yeah.
Can we all agree on that?
Yes, by far.
Purple paint on the face.
That video was so bad there was no point in it existing. Like it was just terrible.
Yeah, I thought he was actually going to defend it, which I still haven't seen
And
him
then he
actually
didn't.
defend it. No, he didn't defend it. He was like, it's the worst thing he's ever made. He was more defending Doug in general, which amounted to him saying that if you think Doug was never good, then you're lying. And I don't think anybody's saying that.
Yeah, I think I
Doug
used
has
to like his
slipped.
videos. He still has videos that I like. I like his version of this is a really old video. His version of the aristocrats joke. He goes for the extremely offensive humor, which is what you're supposed to do with that joke, and it ended up being funny. I like a lot of his earlier reviews. I liked his review of The Wall, which is what made me aware of The Wall. After seeing that fucking review, I was like, I kind of have to see this movie. Like, is it really as bad as he's portraying it, or like is he throwing some hot sauce on it? And then I saw The Wall, and it changed my life.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean,
Zoe hated.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean there's a lot of videos I've seen of Doug's that I have not seen the movie, right? Like the Care Bears movies.
Yeah.
Maybe shocked I didn't see the Care Bears movies when I was growing up. Just
I
'cause
mean,
they're
I can
bears.
name stupid ones. I can name stupid ones from back in the day. He did We're Back, a Dinosaur's Tale, I think is what it was called. But for
Yeah.
some reason, he decided to do the entire review as Johnny Depp's interpretation of Hunter Thompson.
Oh.
So Raul Duke, he's
Right.
he's doing the whole review as Raul Duke for some reason.
Why? I don't. His video on the Star Wars Christmas special was all right. I think.
I don't think I ever saw that.
Maybe
His
I'm wrong.
review of Superman 4 is really funny because there's just so fucking much to make fun of in that movie. Like he literally, Superman walks into the UN and says, Effective immediately, I'm going to destroy all nuclear weapons. And the entire UN cheers. We're all smart enough to know the political ramifications of that.
Here, real quick, look up Nostalgia Critic Red. This is an example of a movie that I didn't see. Of course, I haven't seen it. You haven't seen Red. You've never seen Red.
Nope.
Nobody's seen Red. So within the first few seconds,
You want to talk?
of this video,
You want to talk about the opening?
Hello, Nostalgia Guy. Remember,
In
so
the
you
opening.
don't have to. You know, with a title like Red, do you really expect many possibilities?
Right.
Right.
So why make a video
Right.
about it?
Exactly. Right at the beginning. Do you expect it?
Yeah.
Well, why are you reviewing it? You've never heard of it. I've never heard
You know.
of it.
You know. While we're at it, let's show how
Like-
long the let's show how long this actually went on for. The Bat credit card.
Oh, the Bat.
Meanwhile, the Batman who you.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, yes, this is.
Meanwhile, the public card. They gave him.
I guess it's not as long as I thought it was, but yeah.
Bat credit card.
It just goes on.
They had the balls to give one of the greatest superheroes of all time a Bat credit card. No, does not compute. Does not compute. It does not compute. I apologize for that outrage. It was childish and immature. I just get a little peeved when I see one of my childhood icons carrying. I'm you bastards! I'll kill you! I'll kill all of you! All of you will die! You'll get the gas!
I like that the lab coat person is covered in blood.
Yeah.
That
Or
actually kind of
it-
makes the gag work.
Or it's spaghetti sauce because they were dealing with the super babies.
I mean, I'm assuming it's supposed to be blood, but yeah.
Yeah, it could be spaghetti sauce from it taking care of the super babies that they have to hose off every night after they feed them. Yeah, but
that's the
goddamn.
show.
Yeah, that's it, guys.
Next week we'll probably go back to our Friday. This just things had to be rearranged this week.
Yeah.
But I will still be up for a while, so all the cool kids who are out there, I'll be in my general chat.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
You had a good
And
time.
next
What
week
do you
we'll
what do you
also get
review the
back to
show?
the
How many
corn
stars
dog.
do you give the show overall, guys?
Oh, this is we're the best show on YouTube. This was a 10 out of 5 show.
10 out of 5. Good, right, like that.
And we didn't feature a second of King Cobra.
You want to watch some King Cobra?
No. Unless the naked and laughing thing actually does turn into something absolutely fucking batshit insane, no.
That would be funny.
Which it might. You never know.
No. I'll hear about it though.
It looks like it might, yeah.
He could. That'd be fun. But yeah, good night, everybody. It hurts.
Oh God, we're fading out. Why?
Oh, we're still fading out.